D.C., and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it.
Sorry about that. I'm pretty sure I spoke right into the mic. I forgot to mute myself as I was responding to Mr. Bites. Okay, we're getting started. Afternoon session, day 3. They just started like a minute ago, so we'll get caught up in a jiffy. Let's take a look at the poll results from midday day 3 on where people are at. I said in the chat, in the poll in the chat, halfway through day 3, which way are you leaning on involuntary manslaughter? Excuse me. 53% said nope, too early to say. 31% said guilty. 15% said not guilty. Interesting. It's about the same as what it was earlier today, but on day 2, halfway through day 2, it was 29% guilty, 18% not guilty, and 52% refused to say one way or another. That's been slowly heading up more towards guilty in the poll, because on day 1, I think it was going into the openings, it was 31% guilty, 8% not guilty, and then 60% said, like, no, I'm not saying. But then right after the opening statements, it was 18% guilty, 28% not guilty, and 51% refused to say one way or another. So that's really interesting how the disparity between guilty and not guilty has been like shifting depending on, well, after opening statements, that had made a big difference to people. But and then after that, as the testimony's been stacking up in the prosecution's case in chief, people have become more and more convinced of her guilt in involuntary manslaughter, which is very, very, very interesting. And about what we would expect, right? Because this is the prosecution's case in chief. These are all of their witnesses. The defense, of course, is getting up and cross-examining them. And so, we that's where we see where the rubber hits the road. However, the defense is going to have a chance to put on their experts, their witnesses, tell the story through their people, and, put it into the framework, the narrative that is most beneficial to them, that they say supports their argument. So by the end of the state's case in chief, people should generally be feeling like, yeah, she's probably guilty. And then maybe that switches, that pendulum kind of swings back a little bit in her favor, in her direction through her case in chief. Maybe not enough for an acquittal, or maybe not at all. Like, we've seen cases where the defense puts on their case in chief and, like, no, like, it doesn't change anything because they just don't have good evidence. That can always happen, but it's interesting. One question here before we get started, because I know they are in court. I see the folks in the chat on that, and right here we go. So yeah, I know they are. We'll get caught up. Austin S.A., I do have a question for Legalbytes. How do you think the defense attorney is doing? Is it normal to have a one attorney firm on a case this high profile, or is it a sign she's on a budget? I think the defense team is doing well. I really do. I think overall they're doing better in terms of, like, the lawyering involved. I think they're doing better than the state, although that was a huge blunder on day 2 to not double check the exhibits being admitted and then published up on the screen for the jury and for the world. That included his client's phone number. That was a big blunder. Whether this case had cameras in the courtroom or not, that would be a big blunder. Other than that, I think the defense is doing really well. And although he apparently is a one attorney firm, he's not the only attorney on this case. Remember, so far today we haven't seen him, but So far his co-counsel this entire time has been the attorney that I'm referring to as Rob's cousin, because he looks like he could be Rob's cousin, Law and Lumber's cousin. So that's his name is Bullion, Mr. Bullion. So first, I don't know why he's not in the courtroom today, but it could just be that he has other matters, other casework that he has to do or something like that. And so this is all Mr. Bull's basically witnesses that he's cross-examining today. They may have prepared for that ahead of time. That's what I'm assuming. So even though he's apparently a one attorney firm, that doesn't mean that he is automatically going to be the only attorney on this. You can always contract with someone who is an attorney who might also have their own firm, or is just coming from another firm to help you out with it. We've seen that in other cases before as well. The Rittenhouse trial was like that. The defense team they were technically two different firms that were just working together as co-counsel. They're also like best friends apparently, which is like really fun to know. Anyway, so okay, let's get into the testimony and we will continue from there. Of course, if there are more questions, I'm going to save them and try to get to them as well. Okay, let's go.
Do you have your?
Is it on? Is it working? Come on up here. So you'll step up here, face the judge, you're going to raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillette.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Explosives Unit, which is part of the Laboratory Division.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your official title?
My official title is Chemist Forensic Examiner.
And how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
For about 11 years now.
All right. Can you give us a brief wrap up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Chemistry from George Mason University. It's in Fairfax, Virginia.
And do you have any training and experience in chemist forensic examination?
Specifically, to become a qualified chemist forensic examiner, I had to complete a training program. That training program started with supervised casework, so casework where supervised either chemists or chemistry examiners oversaw my actions. It included knowledge checks on the different types of instruments that I used, and then competency tests for all of the different procedures that we had. So after that, I had to successfully complete multiple oral boards of examinations in topics that covered explosives, the chemistry of explosives, as well as the different analytical techniques that we use in the laboratory. And then after that came 2 different moot court exercises that I had to successfully complete, as well as supervised case reporting. And then I was a qualified chemist forensic examiner.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in this field in the past?
Yes, I have.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move the court to recognize Mr. Gillette as an expert witness in the field of chemical forensic examination.
No objection. All right, an expert in chemical forensic examination.
That's it. All right. Mr. Gillette, how did you become involved in this case?
For this case, I was asked to perform explosives chemistry examinations on what were suspected to be ammunition propellant samples.
And what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
Well, that was it, the explosives chemistry examinations.
Can you describe exactly what that testing is?
Yes, it starts with a visual examination, literally looking at what we have to determine where it's going to fit within the different procedures that we have for examining explosives or materials used to make explosives. After that visual examination, it'll point me towards a specific procedure. And in this case, they ended up being what's known as, or they appeared to be what's called smokeless powders. It's a type of ammunition propellant. So we have a technical procedure specifically for that. And the first step is visual examination. So I continued my visual examination and used a microscope to look at the specific particles under a microscope, but also to take photographs and make measurements, because that's part of our examination. After the visual examination came what's called a solvent extraction, literally using a liquid to ideally extract out the components of those individual particles so that they could be analyzed. And then I analyzed that solvent, that liquid, using an instrument called a gas chromatograph coupled to a mass spectrometer. A chromatograph is an instrument that simply or ideally separates out a mixture into its individual components so that each individual component can be identified, detected and identified. And that's what the mass spectrometer does. And after that, those samples, after they had been extracted by the solvent, they were analyzed using a technique called Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. And spectroscopy techniques or spectroscopic techniques are just techniques where you have a known amount of energy that interacts with the sample, and those interactions can give information as to the specific, either the elements contained within the sample, or how those elements are bound to one another to give molecular, so structural information. And then the last step is a technique called a thermal susceptibility test. That's literally taking a small amount of material, introducing heat in the form of flame, and then seeing how it reacts.
Thank you. Mr. Gillette, did you take any photographs as part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Gillette, would you please look at these two photographs and tell me if these are photographs that you took as part of your laboratory testing?
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I have stipulated to the admission of States Exhibits 111A and 111B. May I move for entry of those and request to publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Publish.
All right. Mr. Gillette, let's start with this image. I'll zoom out a little bit. Are you able to see that on your monitor?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, let's fix that.
No. Oh, there it is.
All right. Mr. Gillette, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right. When you say item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by form?
Was it a cartridge of live ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was focused on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Please take a look at your report.
Okay.
Do you now know what the 5th item was?
Yes, it was item 13-1.
All right. And do you know where these items were sourced from?
Specifically, I don't recall the sources for every single item, but it was either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance.
Right.
And the shape and size and color.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-1.
All right, and what does this picture show?
The appearance and the physical characteristics, what we call the morphology, the shape, size, color of this specific powder.
And did you examine more than one item that had this type of powder?
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source
Where they were found?
is, I recall in one of the laboratory examination requests that received, the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was a name, and then the others had a street address in Albuquerque.
Do you recall what the name was?
I believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address, no, I think it was Monroe Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now.
Sorry, really quick, guys. I just want to get this real quick. No, NOVA42. Can we get another poll now that more people have had a chance to filter in, please? Or now that more people have had a chance to filter in, please. It feels like the first call got called early before people could join after getting the notification that you're on. Fair enough. Thank you, and thank you for the super chat. So I've put the poll back up so the folks can try it out. So if you have the chat open, feel free to answer in the poll, and we'll take a look at those results later. Okay, let's continue with the testimony.
And before I do this, all 6 of the cartridges that or the disassembled cartridges that were either identified as coming from Seth Kinney or from the Monroe Street address have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now I'd like to put these kind of side to side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless powders are?
They both have generically the same shape. We would call that disc shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color. The ones on the right are slightly larger and have a single perforation.
Great. Aside from their visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosives chemistry examinations that identified them both as smokeless powders, but with different chemical constituents.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder.
And for the right?
A single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were obviously they had the single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these 2 different types of smokeless powders?
Between the 2, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from 2 different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure, understandable. All right, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillette.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
So the number of items you tested in this case,
okay. So she is not a replacement paralegal. She is a replacement co-counsel. So I guess there are 3 attorneys working on this case for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. And that would explain why Rob's cousin isn't there today.
that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
Yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that like, I guess what I'm trying to say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received, is it true? It's the form you received them in was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, FBI laboratory, that's where you said you worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in the FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the firearms and toolmarks unit.
Okay. And was he the one who had these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was Mr. Ziegler. I would assume that it was him.
Okay. So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if the powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say where they specifically came from.
Right.
I mean, she yes, technically she can go down this route. That's fine. Yeah, of course. He's being honest when he's like, I mean, yeah, I wasn't the one to disassemble them. But there is a chain of custody. And I expect on redirect that's going to come up like, okay, like, do you have any reason to suspect that this did not, follow the proper chain of custody before you received it? Probably not. So, yeah.
And your testing, you talked about the source of the 11 items you got being part of them from an individual named Seth Kinney, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I should say that's what was on one of the communications that we got.
It's also on your report, right? Or is it not on your report?
I don't recall it being on the report.
So do you have any idea where Seth Kinney got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kinney selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in the one of the incoming communications we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Okay. What about the timing? Do you know when these rounds that indicate they come from Seth Kinney, do you know when those rounds came from Seth Kinney? If it was a month after the shooting, a day, 2 months, do you have any idea?
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication. So I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was dated May 3rd, 2012, right?
2020.
I mean, 2022.
Yeah,
May 3rd, 2022.
that sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ziegler or somebody else had already disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
Yes, they were disassembled before I got them.
So did you review Mr. Ziegler's report to determine when they were submitted to him?
No, I did not.
But you would have received these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you're not actually able to tell us whether two powders that you receive are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source of a cartridge.
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're consistent, right?
If I was if I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, both of the two powders within this submission, they were physically and chemically distinct from one another. So they wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you, right. Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were not different, both physically and chemically, the best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now I've seen, so it appears that there were several cartridges that were sent to the FBI laboratory for testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11?
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
Well, I would say the purpose is to determine whether or not the suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is smokeless powder that you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to do that, you used this whole scientific process you just talked about on direct to determine whether these were live rounds, right? You actually had to look at the chemical composition of the powder in order to tell the difference, right?
No, I never made a determination as to whether or not something was a live round. From my explosives chemistry examinations, I determined whether or not they were explosives, specifically ammunition propellant, specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if this it was, I think you said what, visual microscopic inspection first, right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test.
Correct.
And then infrared, like
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques.
Correct.
Is that what? Okay. And then there was one more. It was the gas chromatography. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all done in a laboratory, right?
Correct.
And that is the way that you determine if this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in the lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. Isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying physical and chemical characteristics, it potentially could be possible, yes.
Okay. And that's something that you are able to perform, but you weren't asked to do that in this case?
No, we weren't asked to do that.
In fact, does the FBI have a standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis that discusses brand determination?
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder, yes.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that talks brand determination?
I don't recall specifically brand determination being in it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders. But we could compare results to, but we weren't asked to do that. And sort of as you alluded to, it's very, very hard to say that two things are the same. Technically, it would be very, very hard for us to say these two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe like a line of products.
Right. And in fact, what you just said with the FBI's laboratory having a database with smokeless powders that can assist in brand name determination, that's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that.
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay.
This is a very common thing that the defense is going to do. Not just this defense team, but any criminal defense attorney or attorneys are going to ask questions about like, well, you didn't test for this and you didn't test for that, and you didn't really open up every single box and look inside and poke around and all this kind of stuff. And, the answer might be, well, it's just unreasonable to go that far. We don't have the resources to go that far or to do this thing, or it's like to do that is so far outside the scope of like what we were called to do in this case, given the underlying facts of the case or things like that. But, this is a very common thing for the defense to do. Totally expected. I will say, she's getting a little bit of heat from the chat. I have a feeling that she is getting a little bit in the weeds with some of her questions, but I have a feeling that this is a junior attorney who has either asked for or has been given an opportunity to cross-examine maybe like one witness, maybe a couple witnesses, in this case, and is just sort of like getting this under her belt, as for her experience to learn and grow as an attorney. And she's not doing a terrible job either. Yeah, getting into the weeds a little bit, like I said, but she's not exactly up in flames or up in smoke. She's working her way through it. Is it as, smooth as Bowles doing a cross-examination? No. But they probably figured this is a witness who is, not to say that this testimony is like worthless or anything like that, but this is one that wasn't as high stakes for the defense, so they decided to hand this cross-examination to this attorney, to give her some experience and let her sort of flex her litigation muscles on a very public stage. Like I said, not doing terribly at all. I think she's doing pretty well.
So let's talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can compare the similarities and differences of the diameters, right?
Yes.
That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis.
Okay.
But I did differentiate between the two different types of powders that were identified.
Right, but in terms of actually comparing them, let's talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that would be another way, would you agree, to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you didn't weigh them, I guess, if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges, when the powder was in them.
Oh, no, I didn't do any sort of weight examination, no.
But wouldn't weight tell you, weighing the powder would tell you how much was in the cartridge, right?
Yes, in terms of weight, yes.
Now, I think we were talking a little bit about timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case, your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
And how soon would you start? And I mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did you report in May, when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to look at the chain of custody.
Would it be close to April of 2022?
I would expect it to be April of 2022.
Okay. So you weren't provided with these until April of 2022?
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
All right. And I mean, you said you're the chemist, you did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
Correct.
Just a second. Pass the witness.
Redirect. Okay.
Redirect.
Mr. Gillette, does the FBI and your lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence?
Objection, right outside the scope.
She asked him,
I never asked about cross-contamination.
Overruled.
go ahead and answer.
Yes, we do.
Can you describe those policies and procedures to the jury, please?
Specifically within the explosives unit, we minimize, reduce, and eliminate cross-contamination a number of different ways. When we start our examinations, wherever we're working, we don clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses, but we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated, and that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just, those sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't part of the sample.
Do you ever work on two samples at the same time?
Yes,
In what circumstances would you work on two samples at the same time?
or I can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jerry Lynn Conway. Can you approach?
All right. A couple questions here. Pamela C. says, does one person have many lawyers because more eyes the better, or another reason? Mostly because of just the sheer workload. Trial itself is like life gets put on hold. You are living that case. You are not really sleeping all that much necessarily. And even the time period leading up to trial is very, very time intensive. There's just so much to do. You've got motions in limine.
Law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Workload.
Thank you.
That's the
Have a
biggest
seat.
reason.
Talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Geraldine Conway. It's spelled JerrylynConway.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI laboratory.
And what are some of your responsibilities as a DNA examiner?
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When a case comes to our unit for DNA testing, I determine what testing we're going to do on those items of evidence, and then a team of biologists will do the testing for that case. I'll review the results of that test. I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the FBI, what kind of experience did you have?
I worked in a genetics lab at New Mexico State University working on cotton genetics testing.
Great. And you may have already said, I missed it, how long have you been working at the FBI?
I've been there since 2000, so almost 24 years.
Great. And have you attended any specialized training for the position you currently hold at the FBI?
I did. I went through about a 2-year training program. I took moot court examinations so that I could be sure to be able to explain my results to a group of jurors. And then I also took oral board examinations in the fields of serology, genetics, and statistics.
Great. And have you ever been recognized by a court previously as an expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great. Your Honor, I move that the court recognize Ms. Conway as an expert witness in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis. Bless you, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right.
All right.
I'm
What,
so admitted, I don't want to have to repeat that one. I sneezed and couldn't hear some of it. All right.
forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Thank you. Admitted.
All right. Thank you. What is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood on items of evidence.
And how do you perform serological examination on items of evidence?
When a biologist looks at an item of evidence, they'll look for areas of staining. So those areas of staining then will be tested with chemicals. A small portion of that stain will be swabbed using a swab is like a Q-tip with just the cotton on one end. That moistened Q-tip will be used to sample a small portion of that stain. And then chemicals will be added to that swab and a color change will be expected. If it's positive, that means that blood might be present on that item. It's considered a presumptive test. And if it's negative, then blood was not detected on that item.
Great. And can you give us just a general description of what exactly is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it acts as our genetic blueprint. We inherit our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mother and half from our father, and we basically have 2 copies of our DNA.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in our cells, and our cells are the building blocks of our bodies. And if you think of a cell like an
Back in
egg,
junior
then
high
the yolk of the
science
egg,
classes.
we call that the nucleus. And the nuclear DNA is what we test in our forensic testing.
And how can DNA be used to differentiate between different individuals?
Most of our DNA is the same. However, there is a small portion that is different among us. Some of those portions are tested in our forensic testing, and those portions are called STRs, which stands for short tandem repeats. These repeats are pieces of DNA that are repeated over and over. When we do DNA testing, we determine how many repeats an individual has in their DNA, and then we're able to look at those areas that differ among individuals.
Can you describe for the jury what's the procedure that you use to develop a DNA type?
The procedure goes through a step-by-step process in the laboratory. And when the biologist sees that there's a stain to be tested, then they can either cut that stain or they might use another swab to swab a portion of that stain. That stain or that swab will be cut and put into a tube that's barcoded and then moves through the rest of the process. After it's collected, then it's extracted. And extraction just means that the DNA is purified away from the rest of the material. So the material it was collected on, and then any other cellular material that might be present. The next step is quantitation, where a portion of that sample is put into an instrument to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. And then a portion of the sample is taken based on that quantitation to the next step, which is amplification. The amplification means that there are those pieces that we're interested in, those STRs, are amplified so that they can be detected in an instrument. So after the amplification is complete, then a small portion of that sample is moved onto an instrument to separate it out by size. After it's sized, then I can look at that resulting data and determine the DNA profile from that sample.
And what's a reference sample?
A reference sample is a sample from an individual, and we know whose DNA that is. So it goes through all of the same processes to get a DNA profile at the end. But in this case, I know whose DNA is present in that sample, and I can use it for a comparison.
Great. And what does a DNA profile look like?
A DNA profile basically looks like peaks on a graph. So that instrument that separates it out by size, when those pieces move through that instrument, then they are recorded by the instrument. And then I can look at that data. Basically, we look at 21 different locations to determine a person's DNA profile. Those 21 different locations have results at those locations, which end up just being numbers. And remember, we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any given location, a person might have one result, which means they got the same number of repeats from mom and dad, or they have two results. So they get two different numbers of repeats from mom and dad.
And what is a mixed profile?
So a mixed DNA profile means that more than one person's DNA is detected on the sample that has been analyzed. And I can tell that it's a mixture when I see more than two results at any of those locations that I test.
So after you develop a profile, what's your next step in terms of how do you do your comparison?
So my next step is to look at the DNA types from the reference sample from someone whose DNA I know it came from, and compare that to the sample that I got from the evidence. When I do that comparison, I might have enough information that I can exclude that person outright. If I can, then I will do that. If not, then I'll use a statistical program to assess how common or rare the DNA types are in the sample, and also could this person be a contributor to that DNA profile.
So aside from that, what other conclusions can you draw from a comparison?
So once I've used my statistical analysis, I have a result that's called a likelihood ratio. This likelihood ratio is basically a comparison of two different explanations for the DNA evidence. One explanation is that the person who I'm comparing to is a contributor to that profile. And the other explanation is that person is not a contributor, and rather an unknown, unrelated person is a contributor to that evidence.
How do you calculate the significance of a match?
That likelihood ratio gives me a number, and that number, the higher it is, the more support I have for one of those explanations over the other. So remember, if the likelihood ratio is high, then the explanation that that person is a contributor is more supported than the explanation that that person is not a contributor.
And do you do any sort of ongoing testing to make sure that your results are reliable?
I know that my results are reliable because our laboratory goes through there's a number of quality assurance procedures that are in place at the laboratory. We use controls to ensure that the results, we use a positive control to show that our tests are working and we get an expected result from a positive control. And then we also use negative controls to ensure that we have no contamination in our reagents or chemicals that we use. We also, our biologists are highly trained. They're qualified to do the work, and they also wear personal protective equipment. They wear lab coats, they wear gloves, they wear masks and goggles to ensure that they don't contaminate the evidence they're working on either.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, how did you become involved in this case?
So this case was submitted to the DNA casework unit, and then I determined that the samples in this case needed to go through testing, and that testing was then conducted by the biologist. Following that testing, I then reviewed those results and wrote the report.
And exactly what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
We did both serology and DNA testing in this case.
All right. And what was the item that you tested?
We tested a revolver.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Is your monitor on over there?
It is.
All right. Does this appear to be a photograph of the revolver that you performed your testing on?
It does.
Okay, great. Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alec Baldwin, a reference sample from Hannah Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
And what were the results of your comparisons?
not
Were you
from
able
Seth
to
Kinney.
include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and two unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if three unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
And with regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and two unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if three unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay, so is it fair to say you can't say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing of cartridge casings. What can you?
Really quick, before he actually asks that, a few questions here. Langbart, do they have a time limit in this case? Well, they said that they expect trial to go until March 7th. But otherwise, they don't have the same kind of like time restraints that we saw in the Depp trial, for example, where they were like counting down minute by minute how much each time has. And that's because it's a criminal case as opposed to a civil case. Tish wants to know, does the defendant often get bored during trials? What options do you have for a defendant who should be in court, but they are very restless / bored? You give them a notepad and a pen, and they can scribble away. They can write their grand opus, or they can, do whatever they want, rant about the witnesses that are testifying. That's one of the best things that you can do, because maybe it looks like they're just taking notes on the trial, being productive. That's generally speaking the thing to do. Knox Fuse, thank you so much for the super chat. Fingerprints do not equal DNA. They can get fingerprints from a fired casing, but not DNA. All right. Fair enough. Taylor M, thank you for the super chat. Hey, I'm still on day 2, a little behind, but wanted to pop in and say hi. Love your streams. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. I hope you enjoy day 2. There's some spice on day 2. That was an interesting day. All righty.
Can you tell the jury about the FBI policy of testing cartridge casings?
The policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA testing on cartridge casings.
And why is that?
There's a limited chance that DNA would be obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that heat.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay. So if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test, what would you have done with those?
We would not have tested them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are you saying that the FBI policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Our general policy. So does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented to you. They say, we need you to test cartridges for DNA. Has something like that ever happened at the FBI?
I'm not aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
Okay, but you are aware that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and our case acceptance is to not test them.
Okay, and allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you can do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for DNA requires that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints.
Okay, so
That's
you would
a good
prefer
point.
latent fingerprints be collected from those?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs,
I did.
and a buccal swab for the jury. It just, is that inside your,
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay, now you did not receive Seth Kenny buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
Okay.
Yep, knew that was coming.
And you did not receive anybody else other than those 4 individuals.
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA. Yes.
Okay. And the other part I didn't quite understand, the 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said he did.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found on the gun. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. You're excused.
And
Sure.
in a minute, we're going to end the poll. So any last minute submissions for how you guys are seeing this case so far? Okay, let me see if there are other questions. No, it looks like I've got all of them. So I mean, he did his best. He did what he was supposed to do, which is kind of dig into the DNA swabbing of the.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break on conferring. I think it's easier if you just stay here instead of transported back and forth, but certainly stand, stretch, drink some water. We're not going to stand for you, though, for now.
I like her. I like this judge. So okay, so 5-minute recess here. I think that this was basically that was what he needed to do. Not every single cross examination is going to move the needle, and you've got to put the questions out there that you need to for your case, and it was important for him to ask those questions about the DNA swabs of cartridges, and most importantly, to point out that they did not swab Seth Kenny. That's an interesting question. That's a good question, actually, because why wouldn't they have? Why wouldn't they have if there were active questions about him? Now I'm really starting to see why they've hammered in on Seth Kenny as a potential person who is like, I mean, I'm referring to him as their boogeyman, but because he kind of is for the defense. He's the boogeyman. He's the other guy. He's the monster in the closet that the state should have gone after, as opposed to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. That's according to the defense. I'm not saying that. That's what the defense is saying. But now I'm really seeing why they're harping on this so much, is because there's actually some room for them to flex that a little bit. That, when they did the fingerprinting, they didn't test for Seth Kenny. They didn't test for his DNA swab on any of these items either, which is an interesting question, because they went through the effort of testing the live rounds, that he had in his storage. So obviously, like, the state, has some understanding that Seth Kenny was someone to look at, was someone to investigate. But the fact that they didn't swab him or go for his fingerprints is something that might create some reasonable doubt for the jury to say, like, I mean, there are some questions in this investigation. Like, how do we know for sure that he didn't supply these rounds? Like I said before, the state has put a lot of time and effort into, and I'm going to take this off screen for now because we'll hear it when it comes back. But the state has put a lot of time and effort into this idea that the rounds are different. The live rounds that Seth Kenney had in his storage are different than the live rounds that they found on set. But like I said before, somebody can have multiple types of live rounds, especially if you have a lot of stuff. I mean, he owns PDQ Prop and Arms, right? So he's presumably got a lot of guns and a lot of ammo. So it would be reasonable to conclude that at some point he's got other different kinds of ammo that he's accumulated from different places, right? And maybe all of a particular group was put on set. It's possible. So I see some questions of like, we're not done for the day. There's a 5-minute break. Not sure exactly what the break is. Maybe the judge has to go to the bathroom. But yeah, just quick break. We'll get there soon. So, anyway, so that's I think, didn't really move the needle, the cross-examination, but not bad though. All right, we've got someone on camera. We've got the judge snoozing, waiting. Okay, some questions here. I am Mr. Cheeseball Productions. How can the FBI destroy a gun and it not be considered destruction of evidence? I have been pondering this since first session. Well, I mean, destruction of evidence is going to be something that you're looking at one of the people involved in the case. Evidence tampering, right? That's the kind of thing that would be considered. When it's the FBI doing it, well, first of all, as he testified, he said that I got permission to do this. I had permission from the sheriff's department to do this. And so they're the ones that are leading the investigation. Ultimately, I guess that's who they would need to be getting permission from. But does it bother people that they ended up destroying the firearm? Sure. I mean, it's similar to, in the Kohlberg case. That's the Idaho murders case. There are a lot of people talking about how the university ended up raising the house because, for one reason or another, there was a bit of a fight over whether or not they were going to keep that up throughout trial or whether they were going to allow it to be demolished, and then do something else with that land, presumably. Um, and there's a number of things that have to be balanced with it. It's what did you get from having that piece of evidence still in existence there? Was it really necessary in order to keep it? You've got to also balance that with property rights and all kinds of things. So I mean, and a house is different than a revolver, obviously. But there's a number of things that have to be balanced with that kind of thing. And so here, having permission to do it is it's what helps the FBI here. Benji says, do the lawyers speak to the witnesses beforehand? Is it different for expert witnesses? So typically, in my experience in civil trials, at least, the witnesses that you plan to call, you're going to have some kind of a conversation with as many of them as you can. Usually there's also going to be some kind of deposition that they'll have sat for ahead of time. So you have contact with these people beforehand. But I've been part of conversation. Okay. We're going back to the seal. Okay. Then I'll take that off screen. But, I've been part of the pretrial meetings with witnesses where you kind of prep them on what to expect. You can't get into telling them what to testify or telling them what you want them to do or anything like that, other than basically preparing them for what to expect in terms of the procedure, what's good to wear in a courtroom, what's respectable to wear in a courtroom, what people might have expectations of them. And then also like a little bit about, what kinds of things you plan to get into and you don't plan to get into in terms of like general topics. So the things like that. For expert witnesses, I mean, you probably will have some more detailed conversations with them because, they are allowed to know more. They are allowed to know more and often encouraged to know more. So, they're often analyzing the opposing experts' reports. They're often sitting in trial and watching so that they can comment on the testimony and things like that. So yeah, those will get a bit more detailed. Miss Mars says, "Hey, Alita, sorry for the off topic, but what streaming program do you use? StreamYard or something else?" StreamYard. Benji says, "Do the lawyers speak?" Oh, wait. Oh, that was sent through twice. Okay. Well, I answered that question. So good. Alrighty. Let's see if we can skip ahead here. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're almost. Let's see. Skip ahead. Aha. Okay. I don't hear any sound still. So this must be their next witness. Maybe, maybe not. Or just someone in the courtroom. No, he's going up.
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat, talking in the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Adiego.
Spell your last name if you would.
Thank you.
Addiego.
Mr. Adiego, how are you currently employed?
As a dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in any way that I can as a representative
Probably
from
was there
the
when it
grip
happened.
department.
You do this on movie sets?
Movie sets, television sets, music videos, commercials. Yes.
Give us a little bit of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
On a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks not only
IMDb
the
in the
productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment, yes.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had two cameras, an A camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that had more than two cameras?
Yes.
And have you worked on films that had only one camera?
Yes.
So as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of walk us through what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the Western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system. So I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Halyna Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule. So we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of a set armorer are?
Sure.
This is getting outside the scope of his knowledge, maybe, or perhaps foundation, or I mean, because it's like he's really starting to Well, her questions are starting to get a little bit expansive. But I mean, she could ask for his understanding. He's obviously got a lot of experience in film, and he has worked a dozen or more times with an armorer, so it's understandable for him to understand what an armorer does, at least generally speaking.
Mr. Audiego, based on your experience
That's
working
what
on films with armorers,
Yeah, so it was a foundational issue, and she won on that.
do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's now getting into a bit more detail as to like what the responsibilities are, what protocols are supposed to follow. He might know quite a bit about like what an armorer does and what they're responsible for, but there's specific protocols that they're supposed to follow. That's not necessarily a given based on his experience having an entirely different role on set, even if he's been around it a dozen or more times. Based on what he's testified so far, we can't just take for granted that he understands the ins and outs of what an armorer is supposed to do. So that was a proper objection and sustain.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armorers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Your Honor, again, I want to object.
Counsel approach.
Yeah, because he might have his own understanding of what an armorer does. It may not necessarily coincide with what the actual industry standard is. That's kind of getting into expert testimony at this point, asking about the specific protocols that an armorer is supposed to follow. If you want that, bring in someone who is an armorer, someone who has extensive experience as an armorer. Obviously not Fel Reed, because he's going to be a little bit biased, but I mean, there's plenty of other people that they could probably bring in for a case like this to testify about what an armorer is generally supposed to do. Obviously, they would have to be brought in as an expert witness because they wouldn't have been there that day, because the only armorer that was there that day was Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. So, Evan Miller, why is he called? Well, he's probably ultimately going to be testifying about what actually happened inside the church, the shooting itself. But she's trying to get some extra stuff in here so that she can get him to repeat
Mr.
what
in the
Reed's
films
or
that you worked
Gutierrez's
on
responsibilities
where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust. Did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the
that's
movie
going to be
Rust?
objectionable too.
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you about those.
I honestly, I was expecting an objection to that question also, because just because one or two or even a dozen other armorers, I don't know, maybe a dozen could fairly accurately represent the industry, but how do we know? How do we know, right? I mean, it could just be that some other guys are more careful than what the industry standard is. I I don't know. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with getting into this territory here because we're getting kind of expert testimony through a non-expert witness. I don't know. The defense attorney may have been distracted because the other paralegal, the other attorney, his co-counsel, was in his ear about something. So he may have been distracted from that question.
In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how, under what circumstances in your experience, can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to relevance. What happened on other movies has no relevance to what happened on Rust.
Response?
Can we approach?
Yeah. Like I said, she's trying to sort of get into this pseudo expert testimony through a non-expert. And we can't we can't just take for granted that what happened on these other sets that he's seen before, that he's even an arbiter for what should be or shouldn't be happening. Was it proper what was, happening on these other sets? The armorers that worked on these other sets, were they doing what Hannah Gutierrez-Reed should have done here? That's obviously what the state wants the jury to think. That's why she wants this testimony to come in. But is that proper? I don't think so. She's really working hard to try to get this in. I don't know if it's going to work. And to be clear, I don't think this is the main purpose for why she brought him in anyway. She's just trying to get this bit of extra credit out of him. But let me see here. I think we might have some more questions. Oh, let me get the super chat first real quick. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. I'm surprised they did not ask Roe, unit production manager, who would handle some staff matters about this. Yeah, I mean that's because she did testify, about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed not asking her for more time for her armorer duties. So you'd think that she would have had an understanding, or she would have been able to testify about an understanding of like what the armorer is supposed to do or not supposed to do. I don't know, but they may have run into the same kind of questions here or there as they have here.
All right, Mr. Adiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you give it to me again, please.
Oh, so she won. That's surprising.
Walk us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers when the armorer brings a weapon onto set to be used in the filming of a scene prior to your experience on the set of Rust.
That's a
my
wacky
experience
question.
has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set in your experience who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first assistant director.
And that would not be Ms. Gutierrez.
No, it would not.
Who was the first assistant director in this case?
The first assistant director on Rust is Dave Halls.
Okay. So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a safety meeting.
Typically, we would discuss, I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list who will be on set, both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing. It'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are the sides, the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. And potentially the armor may have something to say as far as what we're doing if we're firing blanks. Here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the different loads of blanks?
In my experience, the armor would tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise and a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan, bulletproof glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm, but the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there. And that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So
Real quick, I want to get a couple things here. Oh, Gregory Lawrence, thank you so much for becoming a member of Bike Club. Welcome to Bike Club. Thanks for supporting the channel. And actually, I think that's about it. Let's continue.
So is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletins put out by IATSE.
And what is IATSE?
IATSE is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IATSE?
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to. Yes. Is
IATSE the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is. Yes.
Okay. Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Is someone in production would generate that and get it out to us in whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins, was there a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, it would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one?
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on that had guns and armorers, how frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
I don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
So for the entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so we've talked about safety bulletins and safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to walk us through, in your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement.
Appropriate.
And have some sort of background with firearms.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm
Yikes.
accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times, and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other
Yikes.
plastic type ammo
Yikes.
container. So.
Now, in terms of you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. Some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock. A drawer that potentially has the individual's actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secured?
Well, I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator. He's asking to give expert testimony on what armor.
He's not, sorry.
This is based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
If you don't mind the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto the set for filming?
Typically, the first AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene. Whether they're loaded or not, they would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks. Whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds, to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then making sure that Anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need, and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So
So also on cross-examination, it seems like a lot of these things that didn't happen were also David Hall's responsibility. So like these safety meetings that didn't happen, remember he said that that's usually the first AD's job, the first assistant director. So that's David Hall's responsibility. That is not Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's responsibility. So I expect David Hall's to come up a lot on cross-examination for all of this testimony. And the same thing with probably like inviting the firearm on on set, or bringing the firearm on set. It's the first AD who's going to be telling people, like inviting people over for the safety check to make sure that everybody, people can be there to observe it, to make sure that it's being done safely. So, and yeah, Galadorn, I'm not disagreeing with you. Armorer's job is to raise hell if it's not done. Again, not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying I expect the defense to really, really bring up David Halls a lot with this cross-examination.
what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms, and a blank was fired, and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So, with regard to your experiences with Ms. Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described, where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So if a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially three indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side or two sides of the brass, so you'd actually see a hole in the bullet. Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something, or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet, or they would shake them you'd hear like a rattle, because there's a BB inside that brass or steel case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armorer.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
In your experience on other movies, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check, where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm, knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armors, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go. And then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to our actors.
That was an interesting choice of words where he says where she was put in a position to quickly reload in front of everybody else. So cross-examination, another, sorry, potential fertile ground for them to go into could be, do you know of any reason why she may have been prevented by someone else from doing that job? I don't know if they can really get into that, because they might draw some speculation objections, but that's if he happened to know of certain policies in place that prevented her from being able to do that until she was told to come in and do those changes really quick. If she was being directed by somebody else as to what she could and couldn't do, I expect the defense to get into that. Whether that's convincing to the jury may or may not make a difference, because as many people have said, it's still her responsibility to raise hell as the armorer, right? That she has to do that safety is on the line. Anyway, let's continue on.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
First AD.
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
Ooh.
And
that's the first time that we've heard of Alec Baldwin having like an actual like power and control over the set. There's been some questions about that, but that was very interesting. So this means, going into Alec Baldwin's trial, that he is not just an actor and not just a producer in name. This means that he was an actor and a producer and someone who was directing the armorer and the armorer's job responsibilities and what she was actually doing with her job. So he has a hand in this much, much more than I think we anticipated going into this trial, not knowing that he had that much control. New bit of interesting information.
with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps
Jamal's
to
correct. We'll be
slow
screaming it,
those
don't worry.
things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
What just happened? Let me go back really quick. Did we like lose a few minutes?
Those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 5% or more of them.
Okay.
Wait a minute. How far back are we? Sorry, guys. I've got to refine it.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun
I don't
was
think we've heard this
potentially
part yet.
loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm, but the dummy rounds
Okay,
typically
sorry guys.
for
I
us
think I
as
need
the
to go back.
In the films that you worked on where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Did you notice certain?
Okay. Sorry guys. We did see that bit.
on a given set.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead and walk us through
Okay. Okay. So I went too far back. Sorry guys.
in your experience on other movie sets. Does the armorer just walk away?
We did not hear
during
this.
those?
My experience, it would be
Okay.
within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then,
Okay. We're going to
for
go.
reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go. And then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence
Sorry,
of
we
cast
saw
or
this
crew?
too. Oops.
That where
Let's
we
add a
were
little bit more.
where she was put in a position to.
And when you say she was put in a position,
Sorry,
who
guys.
would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
And with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace?
Here we go.
So that they
Where
are
we
not
were.
being rushed.
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
Don't step on it. Kitty cat.
Give me just one moment. Were you present for the filming of every scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
So the scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay.
In terms of the way that you've experienced this on other movie sets, how does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor? In your experience on other movie sets, does the armorer just walk away?
In my experience, the armorer's never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
No.
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armorer always staying within eyesight of the gun.
I don't know that the armor was always within eyesight of the firearms being used on set.
Okay. And
this is bad testimony for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Also bad testimony for Alec Baldwin in the future. I expect that he's probably going to testify in that trial as well.
do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns?
Ooh.
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
Was her name. We were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't, I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know if it hit her foot, but it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced. So it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
So when that accidental discharge happened, I mean, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Okay. And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master
Probably not
loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Harlan Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm. And again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
Oh, Jesus.
And in your experience on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
Nope.
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll start again at 2:45.
So this is pretty damning for the defense. I mean, they're definitely going to come in and cross-examine. So we'll see how it holds up on that. But it's going to be, he's not an expert, he's not an armorer, he's there could be different policies on different sets, and then I mean a number of other things, but 2 accidental discharges within 1 hour of each other. And that's the armorer's responsibility, is making sure that safety is maintained with these weapons. So, god damn,
2:45 on time.
that's just wild. Okay. And then, yes, and Sarah being the one loading. She's not supposed to be the one loading. Okay, let's see. Are we going to get to live? Yep, live. Okay. So, yeah, this was a lot of testimony that was fruitfully brought in by the state here. I'll take this off screen just until, well, like I said before, we'll hear it when they come back. That's pretty damning. It's pretty damning. We now have a direct comparison between this guy's industry experience with 12 other armorers that he's worked with, or 12 other experiences that he's had working on a set where an armorer was present, and then comparing all of those to this one. That she's the outlier, she's the unprofessional one. I've never seen, individual rounds that weren't in their own casing just loose in someone's fanny pack. I've never seen someone leave guns and bandoliers and things like that on a prop cart unattended. I've never even seen or heard a single accidental discharge of any firearm on any set, let alone 2 within 1 hour. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now, not all of it is bad for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. There also is a lot of room in, hello, kitty cat. There's also a lot of room in here for the defense to get into David Hall's responsibilities, Alec Baldwin's responsibilities, ways in which Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was actually prevented from doing her job. And that is exactly where they want to go with their defense. How much is it going to actually help her case? How much will it convince the jury about, her not having responsibility here? I'm having a really hard time finding that a jury is going to walk away from this case deciding that she doesn't have any criminal liability here. It's really hard. It's really hard to do that, even with them, pointing a finger at all of these other individuals. it's just there's just a lot here. There's a lot here for the state. Really quick, the poll results from the midday poll, if I can see it because the kitty's in the way. Halfway through day 3, which way are you leaning on involuntary manslaughter? 49% now say nope, still too early to say. 34% said guilty, 15% said not guilty. And this is like almost 600 votes. So quite a few people are starting to think guilty here. And that's kind of how I'm feeling at this point as well. That can change when we get into the defense case in chief. That's the state is doing their job by making this a convincing case. Because remember, they have the burden here, and they have a burden that is beyond what a civil case would have. So, they have to show beyond reasonable doubt that she is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. So, Eric Hunley, thanks so much for being in the chat, man. I'm trying to catch up, but keep in mind that Alec Baldwin would have put her in the position as an actor. Any actor can demand the armor, check the weapon, etc. Well, fair point. And maybe, I mean, I would imagine that in Alec Baldwin's case, or Alec Baldwin's trial, that would come up on cross-examination. So, yeah, I mean, but it is interesting that the witness singled out Alec Baldwin and didn't say, like, generically any actor could request it, could demand it. So, yeah. Interesting stuff here. And let me check something real quick here. Okay. Double checking that we are live, and we are. Mads Bazoo, I've rarely seen any objections from either side in this trial so far. I find that really unusual. Are the lawyers really good and following all the rules? I mean, I think generally speaking, a lot of this is good. Like things are being presented overall fairly well, but there are a number of reasons why someone might not object when they otherwise could. When someone is getting a little bit too trigger happy with objections, they can tend to be rejected. And so having a lot of objections that you make that are overruled in front of the jury can start to create a negative impression as well. Also, if you think that there's a particular witness that is boring the jury, you also don't want to wake them up with an objection. That's another another possibility here. So far, I don't think that any of the witnesses have really been overly technical. So, I mean, even with the experts that have testified for the FBI and others, yeah, I don't think that there's really been anyone that would be putting the jury to sleep. But I will say, I find it interesting that the state did not put this witness first, because it's like they wanted to get into the details first before getting the story out, which is like my main criticism with their opening statement, which is it was way too detailed, way too in the weeds, and they didn't provide the overall framework. So having a witness like this start off at the very beginning of trial would have helped to establish what the jury should be comparing what Hannah Gutierrez-Reed did to what should be happening. And then also to get the compelling story of what actually happened on that fateful day. Tish wants to know, is it just me? Or is the defense attorney making the witness stressed/nervous more often than what we have seen in other trials? No, I don't know. I don't necessarily think that he's intimidating them any more than what we've seen in past trials. I mean, there are definitely some of these witnesses that are starting to get a little bit defensive on cross-examination and putting their guard up and whatnot, but that's usually to be expected. So, yeah. All right. Any other questions here? Excuse me for. Okay. On the ground wants to know, but why are they blaming Baldwin if she was in charge of the weapons and they think she's guilty? I think that they're presenting a case that, all of these different people are responsible and she's one of them. I mean, keep in mind the defense would like to point a finger at all of these other people and say, well, they're responsible and she's not responsible, and their responsibility undercuts her any responsibility that she might otherwise have. But if you are the state, you want to frame this case as she is responsible. Alec Baldwin's also responsible. David Halls is also responsible. They both they have their own cases. 2 people, 3 people can be responsible at the same time. You can charge and convict multiple people for a single incident if all of them are they all are responsible for it. That they've played a significant role in that particular incident. So, it's like this is usually an example in like civil cases that you get in law school, but like if there are, you know, 2 people pushing a car over a cliff, and then another person comes in and just puts a single finger on it, and then that little bit of pressure is what ultimately puts it over the cliff. All 3 of them are responsible. Ultimately, when you allocate damages and whatnot, maybe you'll have a difference there, but liability-wise, all of them are responsible regardless of whether they put in a tiny bit of force or a lot of force. So the same thing would be, put here, which this is why an opening statement can be so helpful. And I really would have wished that the state would have done something along those lines to say, "Hey, look, you're going to hear testimony in this case that there are a lot of people responsible on set. There are other cases that have been filed, at the same time, those are matters that will be decided in other cases. This is the case of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. So the fact that the fact that you might think that somebody else is responsible for, this tragedy should not supplant the fact that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is responsible here. More than one person can be at the same time. This just happens to be her trial. So, yeah. Um, Eric, yeah, that opening statement was terrible. It was terrible. It was a lot of detail and none of it which really stuck for me other than, seeing some photos of rounds, which then shortly after we saw those same photos of rounds with, witnesses and whatnot. But, yeah, I mean, other than that, there's not much that's really memorable from it because there's just too much detail. Give me 1 second here. Eric, check your DMs. NPC, I'm not. Does the judge know about the other cases to make her decision? Yes, I think the same judge is overseeing the other cases too. That often will be the case where there are like companion cases or cases that arise out of a similar incident. They will often have them under the same judge because then you've got the same judge that is familiar with a lot of the similar kind of facts and background and all that kind of stuff. Austin SA wants to know, could the opening have been holding their powder for the Baldwin trial? maybe, but I mean, honestly, you have a different opening statement for his case than for this case. I mean, because this one is all focusing on what she did wrong, and then the Alec Baldwin one will be, focusing on all of the things that he did wrong. Ah, we're back. Okay.
Counsel?
Yeah, for those of you that are new to the channel, the doggo is Indy, and she's often snoozing on that chair. And this is Maverick, Mavi for short, and then our tuxedo cat is Holmes. You've seen all of them on the streams today. Hey. So, all right, we are getting back into
I
it.
can't do anything about the temperature, whether, I don't know if you're hot or cold, but probably hot, right?
Cold. Okay. Are we back on the record?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Audiego, I think that when we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us. In your experience in the film industry and your opinion, who is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
Your Honor, I'm object again. His opinion is he's not an expert. He has no idea, and we don't even know what set being talked about.
He's not being tendered as an expert.
These are quite a few speaking objections in front of the jury. I mean, he's able to communicate. I mean, he's going to get into that in cross-examination, but he also was just able to basically tell the jury, like, hey, this guy's not an expert. He can't give his opinion on this thing. And it's just it's interesting to see when that ends up being allowed in a courtroom and when it doesn't. Personally, I think that the objections should be done like this in, at the sidebar. There's a lot of speaking objections that have been happening in this case, which, I mean, hey, if you're, one of the attorneys and you can get away with it, why not? But it doesn't seem like the court wants that. So maybe just objecting as to approach. We'll see what happens on this one. State has gotten so much in through this witness that I did not anticipate.
Now I'm hearing things. I apologize. Mr. Audiego, do you recall the question that was asked? You've been permitted to answer.
If you don't mind asking again, please.
In your experience and in your opinion, working in the film industry, what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
I would say first and foremost, the armor.
All right. Did the accidental discharges that you described cause you concern?
Yes,
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD.
And when you say the first AD, who are you referring to?
Dave Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact words to Mr. Hall, but I expressed my frustration and anger with the fact that safety seemed to be secondary. to the production clock.
And without saying what Mr. Halls said, was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Anne, I don't recall Anne's last name, and expressed my anger and frustration and asked that this be put on the production report. So
What's a production report?
the production report is essentially the diary of everything that happens throughout production on the film set.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you.
Hey, Eric, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh my gosh, have you been watching this witness so far?
Just been catching up. Keep in mind that this guy's got his own lawsuit going against Alec Baldwin. He's one of three who was in there. So everything he's saying could be absolute veracity, but there are certain key terms. Like, I agree with you that he tried to say Alec Baldwin and was a senior producer, but I think he's stretching it. I'm curious how it's going to go on cross, because on cross it would be like, can you ask an armorer to check a gun or prove it's empty? And I believe he can. If you look at the SAG guidelines, I think any person on set has the right to demand that a weapon is shown to be safe or empty or whatever. And that's kind of the way it should be.
Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. So he does have his own
He
interest in this, but I don't know how much of that is going to be grilled on cross-examination in this trial, because it's helpful to the defense here to have Alec be a boogeyman, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean,
I guess, but then again, I think it would be helpful. Absolutely. Why do you have a case against him? Why do you have a case against this? Why do you have a case against that? Are you not a motivated person? I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. And then he obviously doesn't like Dave Halls very much.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a feeling he's a bit of a grumpy dude, and this may come forward. Also on X, before I came on, supposedly during lunch, there was a filing to have one of Hannah's lawyers removed, or he wanted himself removed or something like that. And it was denied, and he has to sit there but not talk to her or something. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm like, please, somebody, catch us up on that, because I want to know what's going on.
Okay, I'm gonna have to find that filing then. Was that Rob's cousin? I mean, not actual cousin when I say that. I mean, the guy that looks like he could be Rob's cousin.
I think it was
because he's not there today.
Yeah, I think there's only like two lawyers, Jason, him, and the female.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I said, it was a really, interesting thing.
Yeah, that definitely an interesting development. Okay. Very, very interesting. And also good to know about the potential personal interest that he has
Sure.
in this and in this kind of testimony. Interesting. Also, I think David Halls got away with a lot by taking that plea deal. And he got what, like 6 months probation or something?
Unsupervised probation, yep. But then again, in fairness to Dave Halls, and if you watch the actual police interrogation, the only one who really took responsibility, who was really showed some remorse, was Dave Halls. I thought that was very interesting, but he was like damn near breaking down. He's like, I should have checked. I should have checked. He didn't try to hide the ball. He didn't try to do anything. And I don't know if that matters, but I do feel like that may mitigate things a little bit. And plus he raised his hand and said, yeah, I'm guilty of, and he got charged with misuse of the firearm.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. All righty. Well, let's get back to some more testimony here.
Mhm.
I'm going to take you to the morning of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. that day.
And what does that mean, your call?
So on that call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
The camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
And if you can describe for the jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it threw us into more of a state of chaos than we already were on that film that day.
Okay, so let's back up. You said it threw you into more of a state of chaos. Generally speaking, what was the state of speed in terms of chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds, that we've just trying to race the production clock because we understood that we had a finite amount of time to complete a very ambitious schedule. So we seem to always be rushed and under the gun to get stuff done and move on.
Is there a saying in the film industry, something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
So if we know that on that call sheet we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day, if we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
This helps defense.
Why is making your day or not making your day problematic on a film set?
My understanding of Russ Productions is they were budgetarily restricted to the number of days. Whatever deals happen that I'm not aware of that are not privy to me. We had, Halyna and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to do what was being asked.
So you indicated that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And So the camera department had counted on me, and I had counted on them, and knew that I could trust them. And Halyna had handpicked us all to make up her crew. So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave, that was certainly a disruptive thing. And I think we soon learned that their replacements certainly weren't as qualified as they were. And also they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me that this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village.
Bingo.
Which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene to watch what's actually going on set.
Mm-hmm.
So the 6 people that left, how many people came in to replace them?
My recollection is 2 to 3.
Oof. Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Souza or Ms. Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what they said, what was your part of that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that potentially would, prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
So you indicated one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were filming on October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this Western town where we were filming with some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a Western town, whatever that is. So people going about their day. I think we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
And when you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm type livestock. Every day kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens, some goats, some cows, mules. There may have been other horses just tied up as, prop horses. Again, this was supposed to resemble a lively working Western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay. And were there animal wranglers employed on this movie set?
My recollection is there was a number of them, yes.
Okay. So were you all able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
I don't recall. I
Okay.
know.
And we don't want you to assume.
No, the lawmen that rode into town were certainly armed as lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like that?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding of the scene that was to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church that morning?
That part of the story we were filming. I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and he finds this church or happens upon this church, so he knows he's being pursued by the law, and I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church and in the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And was that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with State's Exhibit 112, if you can help me, Mr. Bowe. We'll get set up.
Oh, it's Mr. Bowe and Mr. Bowles. That could cause confusion.
Yeah.
You find anything out about her legal team? That's some weird stuff.
I looked at the docket, and thankfully New Mexico is like very open with their filings for the high profile cases.
For the court to admit State's Exhibit.
There's nothing of the new one, but
112
the female
and permission to
attorney has been
publish.
brought in also to represent her as a new addition.
Oh, it's an addition or a replacement or just
I don't know if she's brought in as a replacement or just an addition. There's an entry of appearance for her.
Mm.
So nothing about him requesting to be, but it might just not have shown up on the docket yet.
Hopefully it won't freeze. Fingers
If it was just
crossed.
filed today.
Do you see what's on your screen there, Mr. Adiego?
I do.
And can you, what is this thing that we see before these movie takes? What's the information on that and what's it called?
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
And does it tell you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top? It looks like it says 26 and 118B1. Do you know what that means?
Mostly. So I can tell you that, of course, it has the title Rust. It tells you on the left corner the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right, it has the director of photography's name, Halyna Hutchins, and then it signifies that A signifies that it's the A camera, And I don't,
Is it A or is it B?
it appears to be a red A,
Okay,
which
okay,
would be
sorry.
the A camera. And then it looks like on the top right corner, that would be take number 1. And the other numbers typically would be a scene number. So it potentially is scene 26. And then I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the writers. And that stuff I don't really get involved with.
And who is the script supervisor for this film?
Our script supervisor was
Mimi
Mitchell, I believe is her
Mimi
last.
Mitchell. And
Okay.
she's got her own
And-
lawsuit
and
with Gloria
what is-
Allred.
I
Is
recognize
that the
that name at
time?
least.
What numbers are we
Mhm.
seeing there in red?
So it's time code, and depending on how the sound mixer and production wants to keep track of that, sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6.00. Sometimes it's date and time, and I don't often deal with the details of the slate. So those numbers are generated by the sound department
Okay.
and fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, leap of faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties.
I have this footage.
That doesn't surprise me.
Let's start that again.
I'm sitting here looking at the circus thing, releasing the phone calls. I'm like, I had those
Let
phone
me
calls.
sound.
I probably should be releasing it all over the place.
Give me just one moment. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna hang on.
So this
She's going to
appears
show
be
that where
from-
he does that draw. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And they showed it in their opening statement, I think, if I remember correctly. This is from a rehearsal. The blocking didn't have any camera rolling. So the blocking
Correct.
was the like where the shooting actually happened.
Right. It was supposed to be a setup shot for the afternoon, with the video village being down, and that's why that was significant. She couldn't be back at the monitors looking at the framing of the shot. She had to be at the camera looking at the framing of the shot, and that is what put her in the line of fire, so to speak. And
Yeah.
I also think that's why Lane Looper came out so early, because he was the guy who walked off, and his job would have been up there with the camera as the focus puller. So technically speaking, if he was there, he might have been shot. And I think that would play into his mind, in my opinion.
I feel like anyone could really freak out about that.
Technical
Oh, yeah.
issue, and we're going to continue with your testimony, and we'll come back to it as soon as we're ready. Go ahead. He can put it on that. Okay. He's going to need it. Okay, I apologize for that. The scene that was being filmed prior to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing, describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
That Harlan Rust was going to be laying in wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry, with regard to firearms, what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in. And then we were going to film one more piece that we would refer to as an ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we had that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So during the scene in the morning, was Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real gun or a replica, meaning a rubber gun or plastic gun?
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real,
the biggest gun,
cold gun at that point.
And when you say cold gun, explain to the jurors what you mean.
Colt gun.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
Did you know whether the gun in the morning was, whether it had dummies in it or whether it was just empty?
I don't know.
Okay. So how did you see for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away how was that set up?
I think that, so the production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away. So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes, for that travel both ways to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent. Yeah, if not on set, on the facility where we were filming, yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again, I think we started between 6 or 7, so lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for argument's sake, 2 o'clock-ish.
Okay. And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is a camera apparatus affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the dolly in so we could mount the camera on the dolly and give them a more stable platform.
technical difficulties abound. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you.
Part of the problem with that clip they're trying to play is I believe
I
that
think that
that
was
single
it.
clip is over a gig in size, if anybody's interested in that. It's
Interesting. I
really,
think
really uncompressed, massive footage. It's like 8K, huge file. So that's
makes
probably
sense.
why they start to play and it just kind of stutters.
But they also, I mean, I think part of the problem here is that they're operating on a Mac, which doesn't always communicate well with court systems, which is PC systems. So that may be part of the wonkiness that's going on here.
Depends. I mean, if they've got a HDMI cable, that shouldn't be a real issue.
Okay. Let's continue on.
Okay. So while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you explain that this was going to be a blocking?
I did not.
Let's go there. Explain what the blocking is.
So the decision was made to go from Steadicam to the Dolly. So once it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the Dolly close to the pew where Mr. Baldwin, Harlan Rust would be sitting, and working with the camera operator, Reed. Halyna had kind of mentioned where she wanted us, but I believe her and her gaffer were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the lawmen came into the church. So we were just trying to find blocking the shot, we would call it, trying to find the shot that best told the story in that moment that the director wanted to tell, which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience see that weapon start to leave his holster, and then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church, and that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you saw and or heard.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church.
This is what I
could
want to
hear. Hannah telling Dave that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand, helping Reed and Halyna find that insert shot.
Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Adiego.
Mm-hmm.
So do you recall who said cold gun? Did you describe that?
I did. I heard Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
And cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch, did that cause you any concern?
It did.
Why?
Just accustomed to armors checking those guns again on a regular basis. And we had a break. And typically that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
It is kind of interesting, though, that he says that he was so bothered by it, but he didn't say anything about it himself.
Well, and again, I'm not trying to trash him. I just said he does have motivations too. There is a
Yeah.
lawsuit that he's got going and things like that. And then it's hard to know what you're going to do in the moment. In his defense, it could be he didn't say anything 100 other times. It's just, yeah, here we go again. It's just another day.
Yeah.
He's kind of representing that as a hectic set.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Do you know how the gun got from Ms. Gutierrez to Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
In Mr. Baldwin's holster on his left side.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I don't recall seeing her in the church after lunch, no.
This is important.
So go ahead and walk us through. Mr. Baldwin now has the gun. Where is he sitting? What is he doing? Take us through this.
Mr. Baldwin's seated in a church pew, and Reed and I are trying to find an angle, looking kind of over his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
My understanding was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster. And then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to shoot the lawmen before they shoot him as they enter the church.
How close were the cameras to Mr. Baldwin?
The only camera we had in the church was, I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Would you explain?
So directly, if I'm sitting in the pew as Harlan Rust, Halyna Hutchins was essentially directly in front of Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe a couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Halyna and Serge were standing behind, directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department. So he was discussing
I think
with
that's
the director
Serge.
of photography. My understanding, of course,
Her
is
best friend.
they were discussing what we were going to do when we turned around to see the lawmen, because we were already lit for the direction that we were filming.
Do you remember the gaffer's name?
Serge is his first name. I believe his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it,
Savani.
but I think it was Svetne,
Okay.
I believe is his last name.
And
Did
he's
you
the one that
understand the conversation
held
between
Halyna
Ms.
when she
Hutchins
passed.
and Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
Thank you.
best try.
So often none of us could understand because they often conversed in either
Russian or
Russian or
Ukrainian.
Ukrainian. as they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So
Do you know where Mr. Souza was at this point in time?
Mr. Souza was shoulder to shoulder, just to my right. He was looking at my Dolly monitor so he could see what the camera was seeing.
Oh my God. He really
No, he was in it. Yeah.
quite literally dodged a bullet.
Yes. Serge is the one who held her. She fell into Serge's arms, and this guy was there. So I mean, it's really a tight area for certain. And then obviously Souza took the same bullet.
Yeah.
So why would the director be in the room looking at your monitor? Well, let me ask it this way. Would the director normally be looking at that vantage point from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the new camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we'd call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor. And potentially that's why he was looking over my shoulder instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment.
Mhm.
We think we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better
All
idea
right.
of what was going on in there. Hope springs eternal. Okay, so we've already gone through the slate and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This video will be marked as States Exhibit 112. What's that noise we hear? That
I'm not actually sure. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
More chaos on set.
Oh, it's just blocking now. So I mean, it says no scene, no take.
Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. Ain't no iteration.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ackles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up slowly and toss in guns.
Okay, we're gonna do it again. And set, and action.
Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss them guns.
Okay, and set. Put it up. Okay, so
There's the answer to your
That's really
question.
good.
That's the answer to your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to spray at what we'd call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound was. And that's what they were doing, was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see those lights, the rays of light in that fog.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute, 6 seconds so that I can ask you the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video. Is that the same or similar position that he was in in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to go lower than that, I'll go lower.
Was there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or they don't want? You know, let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says Harlan Russ, I want to go,
Okay.
so you got to come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can do that. Ready? Here we go.
Do you want to
On another take. I mean. Here we go. Ready?
All right, another take. And set. Ready? And action.
Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any guns you have. There ain't no iteration you walking out of this church unless you stand up slowly and toss some weapons. Russ.
All right, let's flip the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you, just so that we get an idea, where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew, where is the door to the church?
Behind the camera.
Yeah.
From Mr. Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
And where is Mr. Ackles, the gentleman who is speaking in the scene?
Through the door?
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
Jensen would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the
Compound
door?
question.
In that instance, because we had moved the pews around a little, so in that instance, Mr. Baldwin's less than 20 feet from the door would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the video?
That
Dave
is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one. All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 112A. I would ask the court to go ahead and admit 112A and give permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 112A is admitted. You may publish.
Okay. Work. And set, ready, and action.
Harlan Russ, did you stand up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Again, ready?
Little too wide. And set, ready, and action.
Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
One more. You good? Ready?
Set, ready, and action.
Harlan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Well, how close can I get right there?
Joe, you only wait to give you that line till he lands,
It's okay.
till camera lands.
Yeah.
Yep.
Set in this one.
Yeah.
Draw your gun and look up. Pull your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
It's this side for now.
So camera left for now.
I'll stand right here for you, Alex.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready? Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set, ready, and action.
Harlan Russ,
set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ.
There's that finger on the trigger.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which, to clarify, this is not the actual incident where the
I know.
shooting happened. I mean, obviously we didn't hear a bang or anything, but we also don't know if it was loaded during this blocking session.
This
Obviously,
is
we know it was loaded
contrary to him, though,
later.
stating I would never have my finger on the trigger in the interview with Stephanopoulos. This is Alec, and we're just pointing
I would
out.
never point at someone and pull on the trigger. Right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I remember that distinctly.
So that's
All right.
why.
Yeah.
Okay. So the blocking, you can take these. Thank you, Shad. The blocking that you were describing, as a person who was working in the room, were you expecting Mr. Baldwin to pull the gun all the way out? Like what we just saw in those clips?
In the blocking of the ECU,
What's the ECU?
extreme close up,
Okay.
I was not.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
My understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster to the camera.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session where Mr. Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many people were in there?
Myself, Reed, camera operator, Zach, the boom guy was.
When you say the boom guy, what is the boom?
Sorry, guys. The person handing,
The boom operator.
Sound. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I had described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right.
The effects guy.
Wardrobe, a woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor. Halyna, Serge, my direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Halyna and Serge. Dave Halls.
Not Hannah.
And maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff in the ceiling, again, in preparation for the big turnaround that we were about to do.
Okay.
So it's a clown car
I didn't
of
give you a
people,
number,
but not an armorer.
I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So keep walking us through it. What happens next?
So we, I guess Reed and I are trying to find the camera angle that Joel, the director, is happy with, that he feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I said earlier, mentioned earlier, I believe Halyna and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
Lighting apparatus. So he was going to use some of the light coming through one of the windows and potentially reflect that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel and Joel, the director, and Alec had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot. And I think Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel, and then he drew it again, and it went off, and instantly, I mean, a firearm went off in a small wooden church, so the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Halyna, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured. And I think I just my attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me. I think I recall Reed and Serge moving Pew out of the way to help Halyna get basically to lay Halyna down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were or injury. And I started attending to Joel. I think I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. And someone called 911. And I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911 and telling where we're at. And I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it because I didn't know what else to do in that moment. And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The medic, do you recall her name?
Her first name was Cher. I don't recall her.
She's also sued.
Okay, and who was the other person you said? Best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt Hemmer, I believe was his last name. He was Serge's second in command is what a best boy is. So the gaffer and the key grip each have a best boy, and then the rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training. So he came in to assist the medic, Cher. And I think
when right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew, I think, in that moment when I yelled out that if you can't help us, you need to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then at some point, I know I looked over and he was gone. So.
Okay. And in terms of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was start to figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point writhing in pain and concerned for himself, asking me how Halyna was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right shoulder. And at that point, I think the sheriff and Matt came in. They had gloved hands. I didn't, so I had some of his blood on my hands, and I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off, and then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was. And he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Halyna's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to
He's
the
definitely
firearm.
working hard to. These are
And
genuine emotions.
Could
Clearly,
you hear
there's no
Ms.
question.
Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr.
He went
Souza
through
was
something. I would have trouble with it too. I mean,
kind of yelling out in pain. Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from Halyna.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
cross-examinations.
And if you know, at some point was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out, and what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a lifeline, so they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
Mr. Adiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real bullet in that gun?
I don't.
Probably not.
Maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when,
what's going on.
like I mentioned,
Right.
I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay. And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez after the gunshot went off?
Not until today.
Okay. And I want to back up. The people the camera crew that walked off that morning, did you know those people?
As well as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set, do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, lack of foundation, and whatever.
Well, I think he can answer the question whether he has any reason to believe that they did or not.
Counselor Perks?
I think we're getting close to the end of this. I'm looking at court TV here, and what are we, about 5 minutes behind?
Let's see.
So I think Cross is going to get heated. I'm seeing things
7
in the
minutes,
other chat that they're like, hello.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what knowledge he could have to have a belief one way or another that isn't based on pure speculation about whether or not some round was planted by somebody else. Yeah, this is going to be a sensitive witness to Cross. He's obviously very sympathetic. I mean, if the jurors are not feeling for him right now, like they do not have a heart.
Well, yeah, I don't think that. I mean, if you think about it, Jason Bowles doesn't have to touch too much about what happened because Hannah wasn't there. And I would just leave it right there. Was Hannah there? Was she there? Okay, you didn't see her. And then because you can hammer at that later. Why wasn't she there? That's not this guy's problem.
Yeah.
So you can use him for that.
Absolutely.
But I have a feeling he's going to bring up, aren't you suing?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that and then also getting into, he's not an expert on armorers. He's not, he can't testify to, well, you can't really ask him about,
Do
he
you
can't
recall the
testify to
question?
being
I don't.
an industry expert, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reason to believe that live ammunition was planted by disgruntled crew members who left that morning?
All right, she won.
I do not.
And based on everything that you heard when you were in the church after lunch, do you have any understanding of who the person was that loaded that gun?
Yes.
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
The armor.
And who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
And do you see her sitting in court today?
I have seen her. She's behind you. Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez is wearing?
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
No more questions.
Will the record reflect that the defendant has been identified?
Yes.
At any point in time when you were in the church after lunch, did you hear anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Doesn't mean it didn't happen, though, if he didn't hear it.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. It's going to get interesting. I think Bowles treads a
Thank you,
little
Your
bit.
Honor.
Yep.
Sir, when you started your testimony, early on in your testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor or something like that. Recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about you're used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor, primary, were those all males?
Turning this into a male-female issue?
I can't give you a definitive on that. I think there may have been a female or two, female armor that I worked with in the past.
But you just didn't, you weren't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor, were you? A female.
I wasn't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor.
A female.
That doesn't
Period.
play into it for me. So whether male or female doesn't really matter in that case.
Okay, and I want to get into another, and we'll work through these topics, but you've talked a lot about things that you think Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did. One of the things you didn't tell the jury is that you've sued Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, haven't you?
I have.
You what?
There
Yes.
you go.
You
Eric.
you have a pending lawsuit right now, don't you?
As far as I know, it's pending. Yes, sir.
And your attorney's in the courtroom?
He is indeed.
Been watching your testimony?
Clearly.
See how you do?
Oh,
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Okay. And
Getting a little
you've sued
combative.
Should have been an
Alec Baldwin
objection
and
there.
Rest Production, but you have not sued Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, have you?
Again, you'd have to talk to my counsel about who I've actually sued.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I perused it.
You perused it.
This is not
What does
good.
that mean? Did you read it, all the paragraphs, or
Yeah, this is not looking good for the witness right now.
No, it's terrible.
He's
He's-
instantly got his defenses up, and he
And
needs
he's
to just
dodging.
relax and
He's
just
dodging.
answer.
Yep.
Exactly, because he doesn't want to. He wants Hannah Gutierrez-Reed to be held responsible, very much so. I think a lot of that is probably the fact that he saw Halyna Hutchins die right in front of him. Fair. I can understand that would be a huge motivating factor for someone to want to find to get justice in whatever way that you see that is defined. But just answer the damn question. You know who you're suing and who you're not suing. Like let's not beat around the bush here.
And
Yes
let's
or
be
no?
real too. He's not suing her because she has no damn money. They're suing the production company and Alec Baldwin, who had the money. And I think that's probably a legal decision. But it's going to get interesting. Sorry to interrupt. I know people want to say
No. It's a good place to pause and talk about this, because, and also his tone is just getting very defensive very quickly, which is not, I mean, anytime you go from direct to cross, and all of a sudden, like with that move, the witness's demeanor completely changes. It's never quite a good look. It's jarring to the jury. If you can hold your tone for at least a while when you start into cross-examination, and like wait until they've been really beating at you on something till get back at them. It's just it's not a good look at the
So
start.
did you just read page 1 and just said, knock yourself out, lawyer, go ahead?
I think I got past page 1, but since I'm not in your industry, I don't understand what a lot of that is.
Evasive.
And I trust my counsel to
This is
represent
dumb.
me.
It seems like you're making a lot of opinions earlier on what armors do. You filed a lawsuit. It seems like you could have read your lawsuit, right?
See, she should have objected a while ago to help bail him out a little
He's read
bit.
these paragraphs because he has a totally different story in his lawsuit that he did today. So I want to ask him if he's read and adopted this lawsuit. Did you approve your lawsuit being filed?
I must have.
Because it was filed. Right? Okay. And in that lawsuit, you're suing for a variety of things, punitive damages, right?
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir, so you'd have to discuss that with my counsel.
Answer it or
For
don't.
loss of enjoyment of life.
Certainly.
Right? Okay. And you're suing for medical expenses and non-medical expenses, right?
I understood that to be the case, yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have
It also kind of makes him look like he's being a little bit of a freeloader. Like, I understand he's got PTSD from the traumatic incident, probably from this, but like Halyna Hutchins died.
Right,
like
he was
Joel
highly
Souza-
emotional, but now he's like dodging there's not a single straight answer. Did you sue? Yes. I'm suing over this.
It's
Yes.
him dodging these questions when he wasn't physically harmed from the thing. When we're talking about a woman who died as a result of this incident, the immediate juxtaposition is jarring. So he looks like somebody who's greedily money grabbing. Oof, he's instantly not looking good.
No, he's destroyed
blasted.
immediately.
Right?
I believe that's in the documents you're referring to. Yes, sir.
Did you
Did
believe
you go to
it?
the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day. Yes.
You talked to your physician. Did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this? And
I described the incident and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
It's that issue.
Well, so you're, in any event, you're suing Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, right?
Yes.
And you're here telling this jury all about Miss Gutierrez-Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about defendants, Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, cut corners and cut costs and it endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Rest Production?
I do.
And you believe that their hiring of Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters to manage
Sorry. I just changed my
the
earbuds.
budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets. You believe that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that
Defense
David
theory.
Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
On a prior set, he didn't manage that safely, did he?
That was my understanding.
I told you guys I was grumpy.
You also believe you knew that Miss Gutierrez-Reed had asked for more training days as an armorer. You knew that.
I don't-
To the form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
You were
Overruled.
okay.
Yeah.
You're aware that Miss Gutierrez-Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle for more time as an armorer, more training days, and more armorer days. You're aware of that.
I became aware of that after 2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you were. It's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this: are you hoping that you can come in and testify here today, and something happens to Miss Gutierrez-Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir.
For
2
yourself.
people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You
In
want
what-
money. Your lawsuit doesn't say justice; it says money.
Again,
It says
you'd
you're
have
suing
to.
for money. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Bowles needs to let the witness answer the question. That he's being argumentative. This needs to be a cross.
I'll let him answer. I agree. You're suing for money.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case.
Carrie's
And if
not
that
helping
doesn't
them.
In the form
mean
of money?
criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary justice.
Yes.
No, this
Okay.
is entirely appropriate
Now,
cross.
you also
Mhm.
understood that Mr. Halls did not post the safety bulletins onto any of the call sheets. Correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls. It may have been somebody else in production.
Again, production is all encompassing of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate that information.
And you also indicate that Mr. Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
Yes.
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director. Yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
Mhm.
Typically it is, yes.
And in this particular set, he did not do that on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
You've indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't follow gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
And you believe that Miss Gutierrez-Reed was operating in 2 jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous, that production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those 2 positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, you've never been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors. You've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armor.
I don't know if it's ever been done. Or
So this would be your first
it's not
one
common for sure.
on the Rust set
Yeah.
where they had part-time.
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you thought that was a terrible idea. right?
If it says so in the suit, then I must have said that, yes.
And
Just say yes.
this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days. Yet you knew that they weren't paying Miss Gutierrez-Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Miss Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
I was not privy to that information, sir.
Okay. And you're probably not also privy to the fact that she was regularly performing props duties as part of her daily duties on the set. Were you aware of that? Did you see her doing those prop duties?
I believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one responsibility.
Did you ever see her, for example,
I'm
rolling
assuming
Cowboy
this is his
cigarettes,
attorney.
having her do jobs like
Or
that
we're-
in her props duties?
I'm not sure.
Yep, this random guy.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, because my job takes a lot of focus, and I have essentially 5 bosses at any given moment. So I have to focus on my tasks at hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see what was happening because you have to focus on your job. You have to focus on your camera and what you're doing with that, right? So you're not always seeing everything else around you.
I'm not necessarily seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about what the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set? Would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on channel 1? And that's when that's called out on channel 1 and it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls's responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? That when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on channel 8 where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then the failure was not Miss Gutierrez-Reed's, which you wanted to imply to the jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Miss Gutierrez-Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea, but you said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that. And I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit. But
Yeah,
I'm talking
it's
about
not
Sarah
good.
Zachary's
It's not good.
negligent discharge.
To Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating that
Just,
this.
This is cross.
please, no commentary.
Yes, I
All
won't,
right.
Your Honor.
All
I
right,
won't.
thank you.
Oh,
So with regard to Sarah,
good on the judge. No commentary. Yeah, you really can't. Cross-examination can absolutely get heated. And also, like the Bowles is like one of the most measured defense attorneys I think I've ever seen. So her complaining about his tone here is like, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. Also coming from Carrie Morrissey herself, who
Believe me, she has
many
tone.
times, like, yeah, she's a spicy lawyer and she's shown it during this trial, even not as much as in the hearings, but she's still shown it a lot more than he has. Ridiculous. Get out of here, Morrissey.
Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Miss Gutierrez-Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that? Why you talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
Because
I didn't write that lawsuit. So
Okay.
See, this is where I would respond, sir. you are the one who is under oath and on the witness stand. Your attorney is not. If there is something that is objectionable and you are not allowed to respond, that is up to the prosecutor to object to that. Until that happens, I'm asking you a question and you're required to respond. Like I
Could
would.
you
I
also
would
say, does your attorney represent you? Yes. This is
mean, yeah.
your lawsuit. This is your story. This is not your
Yeah.
attorney's story. I'm not asking for your attorney's story. I'm asking for your story. Or I don't know if that would be appropriate or not, but yeah, it's similar.
Or something along the lines of like, are you trying to imply that your attorney is in active litigation without your consent?
Exactly. So you have no part of this. Somebody is speaking for you. This didn't happen to you. You don't even know what he's saying. How can you determine veracity? Yeah. It's so cagey.
Yeah. Okay.
I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right? And
I went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
And you, as part of that, talk about that the decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was motivated by production's desire to have a quick and cheap production. That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do two jobs, right?
Apparently that's what it says. That's what it says.
Oh, God.
And
it's such a cop out. It does not make him look good at all.
No.
You indicated that this was constantly rushed and reckless and chaotic on set, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Of course.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
I don't recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set of Rust, sir.
Wasn't going to happen, was it?
Objection to the form of question calls for speculation.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor. You were aware, based on your seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody, it was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Because he's
mercurial.
He's running the show. He's the big boss, right?
He's both. Well, he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet, he's number one. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old female armor in her, as you call it, her second movie, with everybody else, grown men, not standing up to Mr. Baldwin? Wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Now, you also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was not yet in the union.
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union. You didn't know that.
Mr. Bowles is testifying, Your Honor.
No.
I'm asking if he's aware.
He did.
No.
He did ask.
You are testifying.
Oh man. All right. I guess
You said
judge
she's
disagrees
not in
with
the
me.
union. Okay, that's your testimony.
Well, I'm
So
asking
ask it as a question.
He
rather
said
than
it as a question. Then he said it at
Were
second.
you aware that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is not union?
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie. Everybody on the crew was union. I didn't learn that she was not yet in the union until after.
So we should just say no.
So you
I didn't
learn
know that.
after.
Why are you circling?
And you know
It
from
just-
your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They are represented by IATSE.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw all these safety issues?
Yes, he could have.
Interesting.
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
Okay, so you did.
This is very interesting too, because
This is
this is a I'm if they talked about it before, I missed this, that she was not IATSE, other people
Dave
were.
Halls wasn't union either, by the way.
Oh, that's interesting. Did not know that. But her being a more lower level, lower tier person, not union, young.
Oh,
Oh, Jesus.
yeah, it's a factor. No,
You
no,
know,
no,
like
no. It's
not
100% a
union,
factor.
24 years old at the time. You know,
Mhm.
and the people who hired her, who are the higher ups, would have known that she's not union. So they could probably know, well, we don't really have to listen to her, because what's she going to do? Bring a union on us? No.
But this is a dangerous line for Bowles to go, because
Yeah.
he's also saying she was incompetent, incapable, and so think about it. Doesn't it cut both ways? That by saying she's not union, no backing, she's cheap. He just flat out said she's cheap.
I think that what
And this is dangerous, because it's like, okay,
what he
she
seems
shouldn't have
to
been
be
there.
trying to get at is her ability to manage egos and personalities on set.
Mhm.
Like, so what I've detected, and I don't know if maybe this is just me, maybe I'm just pulling this out of the air a little bit, but what I see is he's trying to maintain two different lines right here. Number one is
Exactly.
she knows her way around guns. She knows what she's doing with guns and ammunition, all that kind of stuff. Number two, she is young. She's a female. She's non-union. She doesn't have quite the political power. Political is in like office politics, right? Like
Mhm.
the charisma, the power on set to be able to manage other people around. He's trying to, whether those end up collapsing into each other, I don't know, but that's what he's trying to maintain, is my opinion, or my impression.
Sure.
So just because, thanks so much for the super chat. I'm sorry, no way after 1 week on the movie would he have thought this was union.
I mean, it
Interesting.
was. They have all these weird agreements, so it's hard to
Yeah.
get them all.
Okay. Any other thoughts before we carry on?
I love the way this is done, a complete 180. I mean, everybody's like, oh, Walter White. Oh, this guy's a badass. Oh, he's serving up Hannah. And I'm just sitting there thinking, I don't know. I had a feeling that the worm could turn, especially knowing about his other lawsuit. I did not expect this guy to be so awful about just be forthcoming and just say, yes, I am suing. Yes, I was told to sue the production company. I can't put them in jail. He actually answered it fine later on when he said, I sued the people who hired the people who did this. He was fine if he just started on that, but the whole cagey, oh, that's what it says. Oh, talk to my lawyer. Oh, do that. And it's like, dude, you're evasive.
Yes. Evasive and defensive, and the tone was all horrible from the get-go. Going into cross-examination, I was like, damn, I literally said, I was like, he's gonna have to be really sensitive in how he cross-examines this guy, because he's a really sympathetic witness. I don't know, he's got to be careful in how he goes about this.
But like I
just
said,
thought it was
Bowles
so
didn't have to go
damning
in
what
the
he said.
church. Bowles
What's
didn't
that?
have to go into the church, though. That's why I said Bowles could completely stay out of the church and eviscerate the guy, which he kind of did. He went back. He goes, "Hey, you've been all these. Hey, what's this? You're suing everybody. What's going?" And I think Bowles probably never will. I would never go into the church. I would never go into the incident itself and how he felt, because it does nothing for him.
Right. Because as you said before, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was not in there. And this is why I always say cross-examination is where the rubber hits the road, right? Because you can get sold a total, bill of goods in direct examination, only to have everything just come crashing down on cross-examination when you see that the shoe is on the other foot. This is why I love watching trials, just to see how things can change so quickly with one witness's testimony.
And
Crazy.
Bowles, one more thing. I don't know if he can do it or not, but I could almost see him recruiting this guy, or forcing this guy, saying, You were a member of a crew of a disaster. So was Hannah. Don't you feel sympathy for your other crew member?
I could expect
In
it
that path, but
though.
some sort of a variant of that. But it's like, she's a victim too. She's a
Yeah.
victim of this production company.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get actually a few questions here. Oh my gosh, I have actually quite a few. Mads Bazoo, I am really struggling to understand the charges in this case. I mean, if it was an accident and not a premeditated cold-blooded murder or voluntary manslaughter, sorry if I'm being naive. No, it's involuntary manslaughter. It's criminal negligence with a firearm, basically. So, normal negligence, you were supposed to act in a certain way, you didn't act that way, and somebody got harmed as a result. That usually is not enough for a criminal case, but when it's involving a firearm, it can be. So that's where this is coming from. Miss Fitness 3, can prosecution play police interviews for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed? Yes, because that's an admission by a party opponent. So even though it's technically, it's an exception to hearsay or technically not hearsay. The Fat Ghost, are tech issues like this common in court? Yes, unfortunately. Daniel Bornhold, is there a moment that the judge can call out the attorney for wasting time of the court? Sure, but never in front of the jury. I mean, it's highly inappropriate for that to happen in front of the jury. I would be outraged if I saw it in front of the jury. Martha W., would it be inappropriate for her to acknowledge his emotions? They're talking about on direct examination. No, I mean, there are ways that you can do it that's not like overly like sappy. There are ways of doing it that can be fine. Thomas T., he's leading. Cross-examination is when you are allowed and encouraged to lead. On the ground, Legalbytes, what is he suing him for if he was not affected? It's PTSD. So not physical harm, but mental and emotional harm as a result of being part of that whole traumatic scene and seeing all of that unfold and trying to help and all that kind of stuff. So the claims for suing, generally speaking, I would agree that is not on its face a bad claim, right? Like someone can sue for something like that and it's fine. It's just the way that it's playing out in this cross-examination is just wild. Pamela C., can a witness say I'm not answering a question, i.e. medical or others? No, not really. If the question is getting to privileged information because it's medically privileged or under the attorney-client privilege or something like that, then it's up to the other side to object. I mean, if he knows that what he's asking for is privileged information, truly privileged information, then he probably shouldn't ask the question. But it's up to the other side to object. And also in this situation, he's asking about medical information that is at the heart of this civil lawsuit. So it has been placed centrally at issue in the civil lawsuit. It's not confidential in the other lawsuit, not at all, because he's the plaintiff and he's the one that's put it at issue. Whether
the blast injury.
Yeah.
Which that was another cagey one because it was like, ooh, when he's like, well, that's what it's like, no, you would know if you were injured or not. That was, I thought, damaging to him.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. Oh, I already got that one. Doctor Who 8675309. Did the fact this guy's abrupt tone changed embolden the defense to be aggressive?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Like he may have started into it to see, like, let's see how this goes. And then as soon as he started responding, he probably was like, hell yeah, let's go. I can totally see that. LK Raiden. This is why I reacted before. Having grown up in the industry, so much shadiness. It's everyone's job to stop it. They are all responsible. Thank you for the super chat. And a lot of people would agree with you. 40 Doherty, thanks for the super chat. To me, if defense can prove this was a day she was not being paid as an armorer, I lean not guilty. Otherwise, I lean guilty. Is that reasonable? Yeah.
I don't. That's a hard one because okay, let's say she wasn't paid to be an armorer that day. She's still an armorer. It is a title. And to say, oh, well, I'm not doing it this day, but so I'll let the guns go around. Yeah, I don't know, because there's a certain responsibility that she has to fulfill with the job title in of itself. And I don't know. I have trouble with that question because again, maybe you weren't paid that day, but then we need to renegotiate, or technically lock the guns up. Okay, so there'll be no guns today.
But the issue with that is if they're saying it was the armorer's responsibility, and on that day she wasn't the armorer,
then there was no
like,
armorer. So this is the problem. If she is the only armorer, so technically speaking, if the responsibility is there, it's hers. And I know this is terrible and it's unfair or not or whatever, but it would be like that's the director's responsibility. The director's not there. He's still responsible. Yeah, I don't know how to.
well, it's not just not being there. It's not just not being there, but it's being like you don't have that title that day. You are not being paid for that. That's not your job that day. I don't know. It's to me that's different than just not being there.
Again, yeah, but that's part of the problem with the dual jobs. The dual jobs are always going to be a nightmare for the prosecution because that should not really have happened.
Yeah. Megan Nelson, are they not allowed to ask to take a break to allow the witness to collect themselves? I've seen this happen when a witness becomes too emotional and the judge allows time. Sure, but in the middle of a combative exchange, though, like less so. Like if the witness is starting to become like very emotional, like crying through their responses, like then the judge is probably going to be like, let's take a break. But this right here, right now, like him just being like giving angry responses, like that's not enough to stop the cross-examination. MYH10, wouldn't that mean she was pretending to be armorer? Yeah, I mean, an argument could be made then that if she was not being paid that day, but she was still halfway through the day acting as an armorer, she's taking on that responsibility even though she's not getting paid for it. So, it's you're assenting to that responsibility, acting as if you have it, so other people around you would have the expectation that you're still acting as that person or in that role. So that's that would be another argument for that. All right, let's get back to the testimony because this is, oh my God, this is wild.
It'd say on the negligent discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, Ann. You told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did mention it to Ann as well that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody do anything after you made those complaints?
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Miss Morrissey on direct that you didn't see Miss Gutierrez-Reed in the church, but you didn't have concerns or words to that effect, that after the firearm had come into the church, you didn't have concerns because I think you testified the armorer would check that. Is that what you said?
I believe that misstates the testimony.
Well, tell me what you said. I may have misheard it. Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what you want me to restate, sir.
Let me ask you, you didn't see Miss Gutierrez-Reed in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No.
Okay. So did you see if anybody else, Sarah Zachary from props, was in the church?
I think we've already covered this, and no, I don't recall anybody from the props department seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or were you aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Did you also ever see her loading firearms on set?
I don't recall beyond that incident, her really dealing with firearms, if at all.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master? Okay. And now earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works. Sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department. It's a prop.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or
I think it is
on
under the
set
prop department. Bowles is right.
Falls under props.
Well,
the armor's a
live ammunition is never
specialization of
supposed to be on the
props.
set.
Yeah.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks.
Okay.
Something that can go bang and hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're not a blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that shoots powder, right?
But it's still explosive.
Go
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are, it looks very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet. But beyond that, I don't know that I would, I don't know if they're marked in any other way other than seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been in armor yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all, no.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think, you really have no idea because you've never served in that role. It's just what you've seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years in the film industry, yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. And this cart in this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a
garden cart,
more of what I would be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
I'm not in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Rust set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate gear. Some of that may be carts, some of that may be tools.
Okay, so you don't know.
No.
You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica. You don't know that for sure.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms. Whether they were actual firing guns, no, I don't know. But my experience is any firearm, even rubber dummy, at the very least in some sort of soft firearms case, a bag, somehow protected and not laying on top of a cart that's not secured.
Well, you saw the gun socks they have, the protective cloth carrying for the guns. You saw those, didn't you?
There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of sock or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always around those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95% or more of the time. So there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that blank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1 and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armor would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
And sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
It's been asked and answered.
So other than reporting to Mr. Halls and the second, did you ever report this to anybody else if you were so concerned about it? Did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Halyna, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
that was my
payroll
question.
Issues, and I did notify Local 80, which was the union that represented me while I was making that movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination?
Well,
Straight up.
if you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Whoa.
Listen.
Spice.
Ask the question about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to tell him you weren't going to ask that person and that he was going to tell you in so many words, okay?
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative. Let's just ask him. You can ask him one more time.
So do you have any idea what date you may have contacted Local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Okay. So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
Hey, don't do that again.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
And I understand, and my question was not that. I understand you were concerned. My question was, that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact Local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to Local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
Because you're contacting Local 80, did they do anything about it?
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union, Local 600, also showed up.
What happened at that point? Did they do anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of, sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled, and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I know that they were promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
And so they left, and the next day when there had to be a new camera crew, they had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Okay, this might be. I heard about this. Hold on. Ooh, Carrie's getting grumpy.
Yeah, she's getting real spicy here.
This is the Carrie I know.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, you know personally.
Uh-huh. Hold on. Watch the bailiff. I heard about this. Hold on, let me see. Because I heard about this and I wanted to see. Look how she's going at that judge.
Yeah, she is. body language says, do you think Carrie Morrissey's angry? Accusatory?
Bowles is smoking the guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's a
brutal.
really good attorney. I love his style. I love his style. That he always keeps his cool. He's always like, yeah, you know. I mean, even when he's starting to get a little bit
Here we go.
combative.
Look. See that? That's the bailiff saying, "Get off of her." Carrie is threatening the judge with their glasses. The bailiff is saying essentially, you need to back off a little bit there. That's very interesting.
Did you? So where did you hear about this before?
Mark actually just called me, and I was talking to him, and he was telling me what was ahead. So I have my show partner watching ahead and getting in spats on Court TV in the chat, and then hearing this. So this is pretty interesting. But see, look, her glasses are down. Now that's telling you something, that the bailiff felt uncomfortable enough that he went over there and gently said, "Hey."
That's interesting.
But she does use her glasses as kind of a prop. I don't know if you know that. She does this.
Yeah, she does. She definitely does. A lot of folks have been talking about it in the chat. She's a glasses gesturer.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I think Bowles won, probably. I don't know. We'll see.
Never know.
You, sir, you said earlier Baldwin always wanted to use his
not.
hero props, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by that, you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver?
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
Okay. And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of, is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
Yes.
He is the star too. So some of this is kind of a hard to.
Yeah. I think the point is, it's like if he's going to insist on weapons, like real weapons,
so that
to be used, like.
Sir, it was your understanding, and you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it, but that Mr. Baldwin did not, that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay. And that, I think you called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand.
Correct.
Coming out. Okay. So it would be coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Correct. The frame would have been essentially his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Sure.
He has completely turned around this witness's testimony.
Your Honor, that's all the questions we have.
Yeah, it's not impeached. He hasn't impeached him, but he has destroyed the credibility.
Mr. Odiego, if you are aware, are you the only person suing Mr. Baldwin and Russ Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have lost enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Okay, he's going too quickly into the other.
I agree. I agree.
No, that was like, oh, let's get the switch back on. Oh, it's my people again. Yeah, I told you early on. I said this guy. There's a grumpiness about him. Remember, I said that. Oh,
Anytime you talked about David Halls, anytime you talked about Alec Baldwin,
and then now he's like, oh, come on now. Oh, come on now.
especially after just how rough that cross-examination was, seeing him suddenly like break down like this on redirect when talking about the emotional
No
impact, it's just
way.
it looks way too abrupt.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Ugh. It's he's been around actors a little bit too long.
hmm
Yikes.
Just to be clear, did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today. Yes.
Hey, he's coming right back up again. See, I mean, this is almost Amber Heard level
Do you
here.
know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armor and props assistant?
Force her? Not that I'm aware of. No.
See,
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the set of Rust when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my knowledge.
I don't think he's very helpful.
Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today?
No, he's on trial in July.
It appears that he is a bit, yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
It's like, wait, do I want him to be on trial? Wait, I thought I did. No,
I'm
no,
confused.
no, I'm
And
sorry.
he's right, though. And he said, I think he is.
He is a bit, I guess. That's a good cross-examination that you have managed to convince this witness to see things from your perspective.
Well, and then why she's asking, did anybody force? It's like he would not know that. And Bowles, to his critics, not even bothering. He's kind of like, who cares?
Yeah.
He's not getting, what do you call that? Rehabilitated. He's not getting rehabilitated at all.
You're right. Sorry. Yes, you're right. All right, let's continue. Jesus, this guy.
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
On October 21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew as you have indicated is proper safety protocol for armorers?
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
If Ms. Gutierrez had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
Speculation.
If he has an opinion, if he knows based upon his personal knowledge.
In your opinion,
That's bullshit.
working on this movie set with Ms. Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armors, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew, do you think that live round would have been discovered?
No.
You don't?
Pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we would have known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy round?
He first gave the wrong answer.
No,
Do you think that live round would have been detected? Oh no. Wait,
no,
what?
No, this is the worst part. The actual answer to the question she's asking right now is Dave Halls.
Yeah.
Because Dave Halls said cold gun. I think this is a mistake of a question. But
Yeah.
go on. Mm-hmm.
Rounds prior to handing the gun to anyone in the church.
I would guess the armor or
Guess.
Or
He is.
All right.
Yes.
That's his answer.
Yes, that great objection and with incredulity. Did he just say he guessed? That is the definition of speculation. You're not allowed to guess as a witness ever.
So he guessed, so we'll strike it. Okay. He guessed.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
it is.
Sorry, did you all hear me? Because my mic was off. Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
In your opinion, would Ms. Hutchins be alive today if Ms. Gutierrez had not put a live round in the gun?
Objection, speculation. He's not an expert. He can't testify as to his opinion as to what would have happened, what could have happened, what should have happened.
Carrie, you're screwed on him.
I'm going to strike that.
Oh, he didn't even need to say his objection. She already knew. She's like, yeah, no.
All right.
Carrie's flailing. She's like, shit. What do I do?
Who is the person on the set of a movie who is in charge of firearms?
Oh my God. She's trying
She's
so hard to
flailing.
stick the landing.
Do you know why your civil lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel. For that answer. I don't know.
That's not helpful. That's not helpful to her at all.
And she didn't know
Have
the
you
answer.
testified
Shouldn't have
today?
asked it.
Also, like, he was already asked this. He was already asked this on cross-examination, and he gave that same answer.
Oh, yeah.
So,
He
like,
was
how did she wasn't listening is what happened.
No, I think she's struggling. I think she's like, I've got to get something out of this. And it's like, just cut your losses. The guy's dead. Go on. Get another witness. You're killing yourself.
Yeah, but the problem is they're also ending the day here. This is
I
where
know,
the
it's
jury's going to be
terrible.
left for the day.
It's
Whoa.
terrible.
Oh my God.
In order to further your civil lawsuit,
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
Okay. There's your.
thank you, sir.
This is the best you're going to get.
Yeah, she
Carrie.
was just trying to
Thank you.
find one.
Thank
Just
you, sir.
one. Just give me one good answer.
You see Jason smiling. Jason's very happy with the
All right,
day.
we're going to break for the evening. Follow the bailiff directions. Please don't talk
Out of there.
among
He's so
yourselves or
pissed.
anyone else
Look at that.
about the evidence received here in court. Don't
Oh,
read
man.
anything about
Ooh.
production, this case.
That was rough.
Don't look anything up. Don't do any research. Thank you.
Yeah, don't watch our
Um,
streams.
Where were you going to, Brian, did you have them in a different location in the morning?
No.
Okay, all right, so downstairs, 8:30, okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
My goodness, what a day. What
George,
a
were you
day.
That worm turned.
Yeah, it did. It really did.
And folks,
Jake.
I freely admit that I am not a fan of Carrie Morrissey. That is because I have a personal experience with her where she went after me. So there is definitely a bias there. I do think she's doing a poor job anyway, however. So I want to be very clear that, yes, I have a bias. I've had a run-in with her. It's not pleasant. I've been on the other side of her.
Thank you.
Let me get a poll up here real quick. All right. Okay, poll. We've got a poll up for folks to answer. But wow, what a good end of the day for the defense.
Mhm.
Am I right? Oh my God, that was I feel like Ms. Morrissey is gonna have to go home at the end of the day and just have a stiff drink. I don't know if she drinks, but my goodness, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. My opinion of her took a bit of a nosedive the other day when she was asked by a journalist on the courthouse steps about the whole disclosure
leaking
thing.
the exposure. She says, "Oh, that's his problem. Her lawyer should have done that." It's like, woof. Yeah, takes no responsibility for anything. It doesn't say.
None.
Well, all she had to say is, "We're going to make sure that everybody's things are protected in the future," or something.
Yeah.
And that's a non-answer and answer, and it would have been fine. But when she does that, she hates Bowles. There's personal blood between them, and it's funny when you get to hear some of the snipping when she's like, I don't appreciate, and he's done a little bit of it too, though. He's like,
He's
I
done a
don't
little
like
bit of
him
it.
as
That
more
back and
in
forth,
hearings more.
of like, oh, can you like, will you let me do my cross or can I do my cross examination? Well, then you got to do it right. Like, whoa.
Mhm.
Crazy. Okay, let's get some questions and comments here. Jay Manifest, thanks for the super chat. Like I stopped believing when he switched from cross to tears again. Def, one of the worst witnesses for the state.
That was
Yes, I
horrible.
100%.
That was horrible. And somebody's saying he lost his coworker. You know what? I was completely in agreement with everything about the Lawson things, but he punched this up. He punched up the performance. I don't care how you put it. This guy punched up the performance, and maybe he was actually crying more because he just went through combat with Jason Bowles and got his ass handed to him, and that was the emotional side. Like, my life just got ruined in cross. But again, no, that was absolutely not convincing.
Yeah, it was. And what sealed it for me, I mean, already as soon as he switched on cross-examination to like instant defensiveness and anger and the tears were 100% gone, I was like, I don't know about this. If now I'm really questioning what I was saying before about his emotions seeming genuine and all of that. But when he flipped again on a dime, right back on redirect, I was like, oh, what the hell? Like, come on now.
And then he flipped the next question. He was like, all of a sudden, calm again. It's like, okay.
Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, definitely one of the worst witnesses for the state. And I was thinking, on direct, I was like, wow, they really should have started with this guy, because like that would have been so, so compelling for the emotional story, and he really gave a lot of good information. I don't know, maybe they decided that they needed to sandwich him in between a bunch of technical witnesses so that hopefully the jury forgets him.
I don't know, and I'm not sure how they're going to do if Serge is going to be called, because I don't know how good Serge's English is.
Well,
That's going to be another
you can always
question.
have an interpreter.
No, he can. I mean, I really want to hear Serge's testimony. And by the way, I said he was not a great witness. That doesn't mean that I'm saying Hannah had no responsibility. Please don't mix up the messages in what I'm saying. I do think that Hannah has definite culpability and is digging herself out of a hole. I mean, she's starting out in a very bad spot.
Yeah, for sure. And I do see folks in the chat talking about, like, PTSD does that. And, when you're upset, thinking of somebody dying and crying one minute, not crying the next. Yes, I agree that can happen. But there was something that is interesting about emotion is that when you really feel an emotion, whether it's anger or sadness or something like that, like a very strong emotion, it has a tendency to like come as a wave and go as a wave. So like it rolls out of you, it kind of bleeds out of you after a while. So when somebody has a sudden drop, it feels very unnatural. Like it feels like it should have kind of rolled out, and you can maybe have some sadness and anger
It'd be
sort of
like
mixed
tremors.
together.
It's like aftershocks a little bit. It in general, the abruptness is freaky. And you know what? Okay, you could be 100% right. It just looked like shit. So we can go on that too. It's like maybe it was 100% authentic in every way, but it doesn't look like it. And sometimes what something looks like is all that really matters, right?
Yeah, because does it look believable to the jury? I don't know. Paula Semick, thanks so much for the super chat. Unpopular, but IMO, the emotions are real. He was trying to hold it on cross because he really wants someone to pay. Then on direct, it just flew back to the surface. It's common to release like that. You can also have angry tears, though. I mean, he had tears otherwise. So you can have sadness and anger kind of mixing together and producing frustrated. I mean, I don't know about you. I've definitely made frustrated tears many times.
Oh,
yeah. So that's also possible. It's just the non-lingering of emotion is what felt unnatural.
And the caginess of, oh, you have to ask my lawyer. Oh, well, I don't know what it says. Oh, I perused it. So it's not only the change of emotion, Yeah, but not only that, but he was being evasive and deceptive in his mannerisms before. So there was no pressure there. That wasn't an emotional thing. That was his being clever. That was him pairing with Jason Bowles, in my opinion. And that is also being factored in my mind with the radical emotional shifts suddenly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. On the ground, can't the jury ask questions? I wish they could. They can in this trial. They actually are allowed to. They just have chosen not to. I guess they are happy so far with the presentation that the attorneys have been putting on, or they're not paying enough attention. I don't know. Cat Love Dreaming Peach. How much do you think Alec had influence that made her not do a good job, or was not because of him?
I think it was hectic. I think they were under a deadline. It's a low budget movie. Do you know how much Alec Baldwin was getting paid for the movie? He's an A-list actor, so go ahead and guess what his salary was for this movie as an A-lister.
Didn't he agree to cut his salary so that he could, I mean, he ended up more on the profit side or something. Wasn't there something about that to like help with the budget? I thought
Sure,
I remember
but
hearing that.
what do you think his salary was? I'm curious.
I don't know, millions of dollars.
$150,000.
Okay.
I mean, we're
That's not
talking
a
a
lot.
pittance. His agent
Yeah,
was
that's
making
nothing.
more than he was because his agent was tied in with other people. He actually went into this as kind of a dream project, had no salary. The whole budget was $8 million for the movie. And that was shocking to us because Mark and I were like, great, you have a guy who's taking probably a quarter of the budget with $2 million or so on an $8 million. And it turns out, no, he actually wasn't making a ton of money. He would get it on the back end, potentially as a producer, but how much do you think it was really going to make?
Yeah. Yeah. And if with
Anyway,
an indie film, I don't know.
so it's
Yeah.
and yes, Harry Funmaker and others. He was a part owner. You know, he was invested in. He was executive producer, and this is where we're running into a lot of the problems too. It's because he was a producer. If you go watch any movie or any TV show, notice that every actor is also a producer. If you watch the credits, this is a very common thing that they get a production credit, especially if they're a big name. They might even be an executive producer. Just having their name on it is going to draw in money, and part of production is getting and finding money.
Yeah.
Now, also being the star, you think you wouldn't have a little bit of say about, I'll work with this actor, but I won't work with that actor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Also true. Yeah. But how much was Alec's influence an issue
I'm
in
sure it's
this
a huge
case?
issue. I'm sure it was a big issue, and I'm sure that he was rushing. They were rushing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that Alec Baldwin has no responsibility.
Right.
I think Joel Souza has responsibility. Notice he's not called. He was a director. Randall Miller went to prison. Why didn't Joel Souza? He took a bullet, so therefore he's off the hook.
I think
Don't
that's
know.
why.
Oh, I think
I think that's why. I think the state was probably like, look, how are we going to run a case against the guy that actually got injured?
Another question: why were they not charged with the injury of Joel Souza as well as Halyna Hutchins?
Because this is already an involuntary manslaughter case, so it's not like you can't have an attempted involuntary manslaughter. You know.
Oh, but you can
I
have.
guess you could have battery.
You have reckless.
But that's still an intentional.
Well, okay, hold on. Let's say nobody died and he was injured. Isn't there a charge for that? Isn't there a lesser charge? Because he's another victim, technically speaking.
Yeah.
Okay, so Halyna, we've got that charge. Should there not be a charge on him? I don't know, some sort of negligence, some sort of, I don't know, but I would think that they should be charged for his injury as well. Same bullet, for God's sake.
I don't know. I don't think New Mexico law has a criminal. I mean, reckless endangerment, maybe
Special assault, criminal negligence. Somebody else said. Okay, well, I'm just throwing it out there because I'm saying that two people were involved. Why not? Why would there not be a charge? I mean, so what? His shoulder doesn't matter. He doesn't matter.
I
He is
think,
a victim of a circumstance here.
yeah, I think I have a feeling that it could have something to do with the fact that like it almost like kind of dilutes the injuries by having someone who walked away from it. Whereas in this case, they can just be like, the victim died. The
But
victim died, full stop.
okay, but isn't that a problem? Okay, because if I recall, they do lesser includeds all the time,
Yeah.
and if somebody shoots 3 and injures another, like Kyle Rittenhouse was charged with 2 murders and an attempted murder, if I recall. So why didn't they get rid of that? So
Well, yeah, because that is a lesser included. I don't know of any lesser included for involuntary manslaughter. I don't think there is one.
well, negligence. Dave Halls was charged with improper handling of a firearm. Why aren't they charged with that as well?
That's basically that's like what they've been charged with here. There's 2 alternative counts of involuntary manslaughter here. One of them is mishandling a firearm essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one is doing a lawful activity either in an unlawful way or with without using due caution and circumspection.
Okay. Well, again, though, we have two people injured, and I would think that both of them are legitimate victims and should have their voices heard.
Yeah. A Scout and a Bradley. Thanks for the super chat. What does Indy think? Indy thinks it's time for snoozies.
Is that what Indy's been saying the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Get up, go eat food, come back, sleep again.
Exactly. She's generally speaking a very chill dog, especially at home. All right. I'm going to end this poll now. I know it's I would like to see more votes in it, but I'll give it maybe another minute and then we'll end it and probably close out the stream soon. But yeah, what a day for the defense, especially to end on that note.
Yeah, he can be an effective cross-examiner.
Absolutely. I really like his style. I really do, because it's not directly confrontational, but he asks all the right questions. I love it. Polysemic, thanks for the super chat. Thank you for addressing my comment. It's fascinating how differently people perceive this testimony. By the way, my name is pronounced Paula Shemek.
Paula.
Okay, Paula. Okay, got it. You're Polish. I understand that. I'm Lithuanian, so some common history there. I will remember that for the future. Thank you, Paula. Okay, let's close out this poll here now. And what are we thinking at the end of day 3? All right, at the end of day 3, where do you lean on involuntary manslaughter? We are now, it has so far been like over 50% of people saying it's too early for me to lean in either direction. Now that only accounts for 36% of people.
Ooh.
37% say guilty, 26% say not guilty.
Okay, so some clarity. Interesting.
Yeah, it is progressing in that direction. Very, very interesting to see.
But which way is it progressing? Into guilty or not guilty?
Well, first of all, into a conclusion in general.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah.
More into guilty than a not guilty. I mean, there are more people I think who were waiting that are now saying not guilty. But this is fascinating to see this progression over time. I'm keeping track too. So like at the very beginning, like going into opening statements, it was 60% saying I'm not saying guilty, 31% saying guilty, and 8% saying not guilty.
Okay. So yeah,
and
not
then
guilty is
there was
growing.
a sudden drop in guilty to 18%, rise to not guilty, and 28% after the openings. And then it's just been shifting back towards largely guilty since then.
I'll be curious if they can get a hung. I have trouble, even with everything. And I'm saying that Bolt is doing a good job and Cross and everything. I still have trouble seeing her getting a not guilty. But I'm kind of going, I could see a hung jury coming out of some of this. That he's throwing enough smoke in there that I could see them hanging. So I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, there's more to watch, but just knowing the facts of the case as well as I do, and I do know quite a bit about the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in trouble. But boy, Carrie managed to snatch a defeat out of these jaws of victory. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with that last witness is the preparation going into this testimony. Whoever was preparing him did not prepare him to talk about the civil lawsuit, which of course that was going to come up. Like, of course the defense would be very interested in bringing that up. It seemed like he was almost blindsided by it, and the fact that was the first question, or like one of the first questions
It was a
out of the
great
gate.
question though, because it just moved away from all the emotional and right back, and also chronologically speaking, because she started with it too. So he said, in all your films, he did a good job going back to the beginning without completely. It was slick. I mean, I gotta give it to him.
Yeah. And I think that's one effective way of cross-examining a witness who's coming across very sympathetically, but then they are also suing someone. It's like, it's a really great way to just undercut those emotions and see how they're going to respond too. Because if they are suing someone, like we saw this in the Potter trial, where it was the cop who thought that she was pulling out her taser, but it was actually her gun, and she ended up killing this like 18-year-old or something. It was the
Right.
mom of the victim in that case. Who was being cross-examined, and it was so sympathetic. It was just, and I remember on that one too, I was like, oh, this is going to have to be a really sensitive cross. And it needed to be, but the attorney who cross-examined her was really, really great. But he did start with that, and and it's effective. It's effective to start by saying, okay, but you do have a financial incentive in this, right? But with her, it was like she was still like sniffling and tearing up, and like you could tell that she was still
Right.
feeling those emotions of everything that she had just like lived through with her testimony,
Right.
that she was then having to answer these other questions. And that's different than what we saw today, where he was just automatically like, what, and just like turned on a dime.
Right. And the little snippets too, like, why, that's Dave Halls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's a presentation.
the little film called Rust. It's like, okay, this feels like this has become a very big film for you then. So yeah. Oh man. I think there's one more question here. 40 Doherty. If there's a hung jury, do you think they'll re-prosecute? With her, I don't know.
I don't know, because it's been so long. We're talking 2.5 years into the case now. The big fish is Alec Baldwin. So I think that if this jury gets hung, it depends on how it goes with Alec. If they get Alec, then now they'll just move on, probably. I don't know. I mean, she's a special prosecutor. How long does New Mexico want to fund it? How many times do they want to, do this? I don't know. They might just say, we gave it our shot. Did what we could. It was a mess. What are you going to do?
Yeah, for sure. Man, okay. Any final thoughts on today before we head out?
I look forward to seeing who's a witness tomorrow.
Me too. I'm pumped for day 4. Alrighty, guys. That will about do it for me. Stay tuned for posts and links and everything for tomorrow's stream. Love to have you back, Eric, if you've got the time, if you want to pop in at any point. Same deal, morning stream, afternoon stream. This is going to be an interesting day tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Hell yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that's watching, everybody in the chat, everyone on replay, whether you're lurking or participating otherwise. If you haven't done so already, like the video on your way out if you can. That would be fantastic if you could. And also, last but not least, thanks to the mods for helping to make sure that, everybody agrees and disagrees in ways that are constructive and helpful to the chat. Okay, guys, that'll about do it for me. See you guys in the next one.